Alright, OBS is streaming. Stop streaming. Alright, I think I'm back. Am I back? God damn it. Holy shit, look at that. It was Rebel's fault. He's the one who crashed the whole damn thing. Dear Lord. Yeah, I had to relist it as something different because I tried pulling that same shit we did with the microphone charade, and it didn't work. Don't you dare change that last live to a thumbs down. It was just getting interesting, too. I had like fucking 15 people watching or something, and then all of a sudden it all just went to hell. And all right, good. I'm white and still here, so we're good. We are back. Yeah, I just had to rename the stream to 41.5 to fix that shit. All right, Ayabagamato. Let me see. Are we painted? I got one little last piece here. For the most part, that bad boy can go away. I can clear off. Yep. Okay, good. What about the backing? Backing still needs to get done. Yeah, it was awesome. Like, the stream pops back up, and all of a sudden, Rebel's like, finally caught you live, Gam. And it's like, awesome. Rebel's here. And I'm like, Duke's here, too. Oh, this is great. So yeah, we were all talking about sorry about that, guys. We were all talking about the disaster of last night, apparently. And YouTubers getting angry and yelling at their people. And what I was starting to say was the big problem is that when your entire living is based on YouTube, you can't. Like, look, my living is not based on YouTube. If it was, I'd starve. But I still thank each and every one of you every week. Everybody who tunes in, everybody who catches the show, everybody just for spending 5 minutes, drop in, give a like, subscribe, whatever. Whatever. I do that every time. You know, at the end of the show, Sheree, who's here for the end of damn near every show, will tell you, I thank everybody. I shout out other YouTubers. Like, if anybody else has a YouTube channel, TikTok, whatever, I'm going to shout you the fuck out if you guys let me know about it. Right? So that's why I'm always shouting out Alien, because, you know, he not only is a good dude and all that, but I know he's got a YouTube channel. I know he's going to be posting constantly. As a matter of fact, last week, I was like, go check out Alien's channel. He's probably streaming right now. And I go over and the son of a bitch wasn't streaming for a change. I use Neo Echo, a cheap ass brand. They're like $40 for the airbrush with like the needles and stuff. Basically, Rebel, what I've been doing, like even the stuff I'm shooting through the airbrush, it isn't like I'm using my Vallejo paints. I'm shooting through folk art, actually, acrylic. I'm just base painting right now, but I do this channel to show that anybody, regardless of skill level, because I fuck things up all the time, and I'm basically an amateur at this stuff. But anybody that wants to take it up as a hobby, it doesn't have to break your fucking pockets. Now, if you want really nice brushes, really nice paints and all that, that's one thing. But if you're just an amateur, just starting out, start off with shitty stuff and build your way up to it. Now, granted, you know, I'm sure I could probably go buy an Iwata Eclipse or something like this tomorrow if I wanted to. But why? I can paint with this thing, and I barely paint with it. It's mainly using like $5 brushes from the dollar store or some shit to put some acrylic paint on a model and on a 3D print that I've done, and we call it a day. Oh, Bina. Oh, Bina. It's fine. Let me tell you what happened on Friday. So we moved the show to a Friday. Immediately, the microphone cuts out, what, 18 times or something? Had to stop their stream, restart it, stop the stream, restart it. It was it was myself, Sheree, and Stranded. And that was it. Nobody else. Everybody's like, didn't get the memo. We were moving to Fridays. None of that stuff. It was probably one of the worst streams I've ever done. I was painting the Donkey Kong. The Donkey Kong model cracked and broke on stream. And I was just like, I'm fucking done. And then what happens next? George Foreman died. I'm like, that's it. I'm not ever painting again on a Friday. Alien can have all the goddamn Friday streams because I will never paint again on a Friday. You know, my luck, I'll paint next time I paint on a Friday, Mike Tyson will die. And then Sheree forbid me from doing it after I said that. She's like, oh, you ain't killing Mike Tyson, motherfucker. That's pretty much what Sheree said to me. Oh, by the way, Rebel, have fun. You can use adult language in the chat. Just no racial slurs, you know. Apparently, the word retard is now okay again. Like it's just become vernacular slang, I guess because of podcast or something. But you can now call people retards and get away with it again. I thought that was a very nice societal, you know, like digression. Well, I bet there's nothing because I'm not there on Friday, Beans. But yeah, Thursdays. Yeah, it was the cursed stream, and I was like, yeah, this is, you know, if you want to say it was God, it was God. If you want to say it was the universe, it was the universe. But something just saying, yeah, motherfucker, don't stream on Fridays. I go shopping on Saturdays with the wife, go food shopping and all that. I woke up, I was dragging my ass. Like it was bad all around. What was used last night, Sheree? Retard? Who the hell was calling who a retard? Somebody was calling somebody else a retard? Was it one of those kind of like angry fucking breakdowns? Yeah, it's always my goddamn fault, dude. You know this. I'm married. It's always going to be my fault. I've accepted that as my place in life, that it's always going to be my fault. And because of that, I have a happy marriage. Wow, you got a bunch of Awadas. Very nice, dude. Yeah, you'll see me use the airbrush to paint. I'm going to I have to refresh a couple of the garden gnomes. And when I do, because I make them different characters from Marvel and DC. And when I do the Thanos one, I think I got to redo Thanos. And when I redo him, the garden gnome of Thanos, you'll see me airbrush and then tape them off and then airbrush more and all that, like the whole thing, because I go for that nice candy coated, like candy shell. You know what I mean? Like an M&M. Jesus Christ, if I could actually talk, M&M shell. Like give it that nice candy coating to it with an airbrush. But for like the models and stuff, I've actually found it's kind of easier to do them with a brush in a lot of cases. And I still suck at it. Like I said, I'm an amateur. But I'm having fun. People come here, enjoy each other's company, talk shit, catch up on things throughout the week, crazy shit that we missed and all that. And you know, I'm just hearing about like apparently the whole insanity of last night's ABL show where he like went the fuck off. Like Bina telling me that he was angry, that's a lot right there. Bina would have said, because there's times where I've said something and she's like, nah, he wasn't that pissed or, you know, what have you. If she's saying he was fucking furious, like mad, that tells me he really went the fuck off. Oh, you had it. Did you have a bad feeling about the Friday or are you talking about last night's show, Sheree? Just had one of them feel it. Was this one of those when keeping it real goes wrong? Was it one of those? Because, like I said, if people are really like, if you really, really insult your audience and tell them they don't know shit and you know better than them and all this kind of stuff, like, I'm telling you now, and your livelihood rests on that stuff, yeah, that's kind of game over. But, you know, I'm surprised nobody hit him back with, "Hey, where's our cookbook? When's our meet and greet?" Like nobody came back on him with that shit. Dude, that's awesome, Rebel. Dude, that's great. Everybody has an opinion. Some people's are just wrong. Yeah, but you know what? Have you guys ever seen the movie Demolition Man? Where, you know, Wesley Snipes' character, Simon Phoenix, he's like, yes, but you don't understand the dregs of society and all this, that, and the other thing. Wesley Snipes says to him, he's like, so wait, you want to kill all these people because they have a different opinion than yours and want to live life like this? You can't take away people's right to be assholes. So yeah, Beans, you're not wrong. If you think you're news and if you want to pretend to be the news, but I never saw ABL as actually the news. I always saw him as like an opinion commentator of the news. You know what I mean? Like I never saw him as just that straight man. So, ooh, it was that. It was like that, Sheree. Like the Andrew Tate episode, but on steroids, huh? Oh. So, you know, wrestling. I used to watch Cultaholic. What is it? What Culture Wrestling? There's another channel, but I used to watch these channels, and everybody would do the same thing. You know, there's a backstage fight with CM Punk and the Young Bucks over in AEW or what have you, and these guys are all going off about their opinion on it and all this. And I'm like, okay, but then what the fuck are the facts? And like, they're just talking about their opinion the whole time. I finally found this one guy. His name is Owen Wrestle News 365. And I subscribed to him after that because he goes, this was the backstage incident, and then moved on to the next news story. He just gave you all the facts. Didn't tell you what he thought of it. Just told you what the facts were. I unsubscribed from the other two channels, and I still listen to Owen Wrestle News 365. The reason why is because he doesn't give his opinion. He does it during when he's doing like a live watch of a match or something on wrestling, but that's just it. Being that you are 100% right. If you are the news, you shouldn't have an opinion or a bias one way or the other. That's for an opinion show. You should just be going, this is what happened, you know, blah, blah, blah. Revel, I went through this on a whole stream about what I feel about him and everything else. Ooh. Wow. Well, yeah, but he's always been like that. When he's telling you about that one meal a day bullshit and everything else, motherfucker, show me your fucking certificate of you being a nutritionist. Because I'll tell you what, somebody takes that diet and they go the wrong way with it and they die, they could sue his ass or get sick. They could sue his ass for giving him advice on how to eat and all that. Can't do shit like that. You can't. Like, not good. I've never said nothing about it, but your way may work for you, but I'm sorry, because you got to have everything at least. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to rip into him, stuff like that. I actually really like him, but I'm guessing his take must have been total dog shit. And if his take wasn't dog shit, it sounds to me more like everybody's upset over the way he treated the people watching him. Am I correct in that? Actually, Bina, my son eats some kind of fish and rice every day, but that's because he had a Steven Johnson's reaction when he was 15, and he is allergic to anything with sulfate in it. So there's people that have to do it, and yeah, it's expensive, but is what it is. You know, it's either that or else your skin breaks out and patches over and starts splitting off you and you bleed out. What's up, Danny? How are you, man? Good to see you. Uh, his take was if someone pushes you, you're right to stab them. Yeah, that's incorrect. From a legal standpoint, that is incorrect. That will honestly, that black kid's going to probably be in jail for the rest of his life. Well, not for the rest of his life, but he's going to go to jail. And he's in the wrong because responding with force in kind is one thing, but escalating force is another thing. Like, let me put it to you this way. Was the white kid, when he pushed him or whatever, did he like throw this motherfucker off his feet to the ground, stand over him like he was going to beat the ever-loving Christ out of him? Like, hey, I will beat you into the earth, motherfucker? Was that like the case here? Or did he just shove him and then he just like whipped out a blade and tunk, tunk, tunk? Yeah, so yeah, but like I said, force in kind versus escalating force. That is the equivalent of okay, I walk up and push your shoulder, right? Like I walk up to ABL, I push his shoulder like motherfucker, and he turns around, pulls out a gun, and shoots me in the head. Like over a push. You don't think you're going to jail? You're not in, what are you going to say? You're scared for your life? Like, yeah, how are you going to get away with it? You're not. You're going to jail because it's escalating force. Or let's reverse that and say that ABL came over, pushed me in the shoulder, and I, what you call it? That's not racism. You know, that's just by the law. Well, and I don't know. That could be different in different parts of this country. Like, stand your ground laws, shit like this. But at the same point in time, escalating force, you're supposed to meet force in kind. So if somebody throws a punch at you and you grab a pipe wrench and beat them into the earth, that's not force in kind. That's escalating force. I agree, Bina. Yeah, see, like I'm not, like I said, from my perspective, and this is just my perspective without having seen the video or knowing jack or shit about the case or anything else. If you push somebody and they turn around and they start stabbing you, they're going to jail for a long ass time. Ooh. Ooh, wait a minute. Somebody said punch me again and I'll show you? Or push me. I'm guessing he said push me again and I'll show you. You know, I'm often reminded when shit like that happens. You know the movie Friday? The father says it best. He goes, "You know what your problem is? You're too afraid to take an ass whooping. Back in my day, you had these. Now everybody wants to whip out a fucking gun and shoot each other, right?" He's like, "But back in my day, you had these. You kids are too afraid to take an ass whooping." And that's what it sounds like to me. That kid is a punk because he is afraid to take an ass whooping. I'd get the shit beat out of me. Like you can ask, if Bubba's still in the chat, ask him. He'll tell you. I got the shit knocked out of me a couple times. But you know what? I always kept fighting. Yeah, and you know what? Most people in the chat were 100% right, in my opinion. Well, not even just, I mean, if we're looking at this from a legal perspective, then yeah, that kid's going to jail. And by all rights, he should. Especially if the other kid, are you guys saying the other kid lost his life? The one that got stabbed? If he did something that resulted in that other kid's death, then yeah, he's going to jail for involuntary manslaughter. Actually, it might even be one of the degrees of homicide. I don't know which. I think it's third degree. Like you might not have intended for him to die, but he caused death resulting. I mean, if he had no intentions of killing the guy, like he, you know, the kid pushed him, he fell down, hit his head, and he died, that would be involuntary manslaughter. I know that much. And the next would be a degree of homicide, though, because basically you had a knife, you plan to use it, everything else, and he will go to jail for it. Okay, there you go. Aggravated assault with intent. But if the kid died, then it would be that would actually be one of the murder, I would think, statutes. You know, I'm not 100% on Texas law, so, and I'm not a fucking lawyer, so don't quote me on it. But yeah, like Bubba is still on the chat, and he will tell you there were times where I got the shit kicked out of me, right? Because Bubba's known me since I was a kid. Dude, there was a time when 7 of them jumped me into the outlaws, and the way the fight ended, because I was doing all right. Like I was throwing people off their feet and all this stuff, right? Because I had gotten tripped and fell down. And then I was grabbing, they'd come up to kick me, boom, and I would grab their leg and throw it up so they would fall on their ass and then hustle forward a little bit. But I was getting the shit knocked out of me. And then Bubba came up on me and I'm on my back like this, just like the thing, right? You can see his head. And Bubba comes up on me. I threw his foot up, but instead of falling backwards, Bubba fell forward with his knee right on my fucking face. And Bubba weighed like 200 pounds at that time or whatever. And I was like maybe 130, soaking wet with bricks in my pockets. And everybody went, ooh, okay, that's it. He's in. That's what stopped the whole fucking ass whooping. But yeah, everybody's going to take an ass whooping here and there. You take your ass whooping like a man. You learn from your fight. You learn from the loss or the win. But yes, turning around and stabbing somebody when they push you. Now, if this kid was hooking off on him and like beating his fucking ass into the earth and he felt like his life was in danger and he pulled out that knife and stabbed him, that'd have been one thing. Jesus Christ, Duke, that's fucking rough, brother. And wait. So, so imagine it was my kid. Well, that's just it. There was a point in time where there was a kid that was a grade or two higher than my son, and he kept pushing my son around, and all that. And my son, he's pretty gentle, but he pushed back or what have you, and they started to get into a scuffle. They broke it up. They both ended up in the principal's office, and my wife handled it. Basically, his mom came in, like the other kid's mom came in, and my wife was there, and she's like, "Well, it's two boys fighting or whatever," and she goes, "Yeah, but your kid's starting with my son." She's just like, "Well, the boys will be boys." She goes, "Well, I'm going to tell you something, lady." Flat out, my wife says to her, now, mind you, at this point, my wife is definitely younger and had just gotten out of the Marine Corps. And she looked at her, she goes, "Anything your kid does to my kid, I'm doing to you. Do you understand me?" And like at that point, apparently that was the end of the meeting. And that kid never fucked with my son ever again. Yes, there you go, Danny. You can't just whip out a gun. You can do it in certain states if you're defending your home, right? Like somebody's breaking in your house, stuff like that. Other states, you have half castle or no castle doctrine, like New Jersey, where you have to do everything you can to get out of the house and escape. Unless you're trapped in a room or something like that, you can't shoot a person or you get in trouble for it. Now, you might get let go on a trial or what have you, but um, you're still going to get in trouble for it. And that's just it. Um, that's just it, though, Danny. You're right. Like, and I was saying that escalating force is one thing. You want to meet somebody with basically the equal amount of force. But yeah, that kid deserved pretty much. Like I said, that kid's life's over, and what, over a scuffle at a fucking track meet at a school? Really? Like your whole life's marred. And like the other part of it is we're not even into the, like, I've noticed this, nobody's discussing what are the psychological scars that the other kid's going to have now, knowing that he stabbed somebody to death. Because if he doesn't have any, that makes him a psychopath or a sociopath at the very least. And yeah, he's fucked in that regard too. Like he's going to be fucked up mentally for the rest of his life. It's just bad shit all round. I don't know why anybody would defend it. And if your take is, well, don't start nothing, don't be nothing. Okay. Um, I don't know. My best friend was a man that was 6 foot 6'2" in his sophomore or no freshman year in high school. I think he was 6'2" and weighed no less than 275 at that point. And he literally got thrown off, kicked out of school for I think like a week, and then thrown off the football team because the star quarterback was being a jerk off, and he smashed his head off a locker for being a jerk off because he was picking on kids and he didn't like it. Like, but I don't know. Like now I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm sure Sheree already erased all the interesting slurs that were going on, stuff like that. But I'm guessing you're probably gonna see a lot of regulars that aren't going to be watching that show if he went off like that on people that support him. You know, I do this show not just for myself, but for you guys because it's a place to come chill, have your opinions heard, say your piece, call me an asshole, whatever. Have fun and listen to old stories or catch up on the news or You know, listen to your takes, listen to my takes on stuff, do a little painting in the process, and have fun because laziness is my superpower and it helps me to paint. Um, I won't agree with your opinion. And like I said, one time I went a little too far, called somebody stupid, and I felt terrible about it right after because I was like, well, who the fuck am I to tell somebody that they're stupid? I've done some dumbass shit in my life. If there's no live chat for a video like that, that means that the video got edited. I can tell you that now. Um, that's part of the reason why I have the chat going up the side, is because then you can see what the live chat was and all that kind of stuff. Like you can see what the deal was. You know, like what everybody was saying or what have you, and what I was reacting to. But yeah, if there's no live chat for that live stream, that means that it was edited. And honestly, what you said about narcissism, that's like me going back and deleting that Yeti stream where I completely failed. Here, let me show you guys real quick. For those that, you know, like haven't been around for a long ass time, you guys see this, Duke and Rebel, because you guys see this. I started to do a Yeti and painted them and fucking failed terribly. And there's a whole stream and I put on there fail, right? Oh God, that went right through the mic. But I keep them on my desk as a reminder because I'm not flawless and I fail. I fuck up. I say dumb shit sometimes. I don't delete the video because I want you guys to know that I'm fucking human and like I'm real about it. You know, I'm all right. I'm going to fail sometimes. I'm going to fuck up sometimes, and it's okay to fuck up sometimes. Just own it. Well, yeah. Oh, so where did I just see it? Yes, Duke. So that's just it, right? The problem is if everybody wasn't 100% of, you know, oh, you're right, and yeah, I see it that way, and all that, slay it, player, then I'm guessing the thought process, and like I said, this is an assumption, this is just an opinion. So take it as that, and I could be 110% wrong. But I'm guessing that you wouldn't want to leave a live stream up where you have your entire audience telling you you're an asshole for your opinion, and then you flipping out and going the fuck off on them. Like, then somebody new who comes to the channel is like, oh, I missed last night's live stream. Let me see what happened. And they're reading the chat and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, I agree with these people in the chat and I don't really agree with him. Kind of makes you look bad. Devin saying the chat is available. So whoever said it wasn't, was that you, Beans? That's fake news. You are fake news, young lady. You get put in the fake news box for today. Fake news. Rebel without a reason, you're 110% right. Dude, you have to fail. It's the same way I say this about anybody who has ever been in fights at all. If you come across the guy who's like, I've never lost a fight in my life. Bullshit. Everybody takes an ass whooping here and there. Everybody's got to lose. You have to lose. There's no way to learn how to win unless you lose. Doesn't matter if it's the guy who trained you to fight. He was whooping your ass at one point. You have to be able to lose. If you're just like overpowered God, then you would be, you know, the UFC champion in a week. Like, what are we saying here? Everybody's got to lose at some point. You've got to make mistakes at some point. It's being human. That's how you grow. That's how you become a better person. I fucked up a shit ton in my life. Bubba can attest to that. Okay, I believe you, Beans. I'm teasing you anyway, so don't, you know, don't get all angry. Um, some maybe it was something. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, I wasn't there for the live. I don't know exactly what happened. Like I said, I'm definitely gonna have to go over it for next week's show or whatever and talk about it. Eventually, I got to do Sundays again. But with this shit, like if I do end up with all the different characters out of Marvel Rivals in 3D models, like I got the thing going, then yeah, it's gonna. I'm gonna have to do two shows or whatever a week. But at this point, the one show's handling it. I just, I'm actually a little shocked because I've never ever heard him get actual mad. I've heard him get annoyed and seen him get annoyed and say, "I'm getting triggered over shit that like, are you a 16-year-old girl? What do you mean you're getting triggered? Like, just say you're getting fucking pissed off. Look, this shit pisses me off. Don't tell me about no triggered. Triggered's what happens when you're the popular girl in high school. That's triggering. Uh, What's up, Steve? How are you, brother? Steve hops in and immediately is like, I know what this conversation's about. That's fucking great. Yeah, I wasn't there for it. Like, I literally jumped in, said hi to everybody, gave my shout outs, called Duke a cocklooker. Now I'm going to have to fucking come up with something for Revel. But, I'm just going off of what you guys are telling me at this point. But it sounds like it was, it doesn't sound like normal behavior. I mean, maybe he needs to get laid. Like I'm just gonna out and out say it. Maybe he needs to go to the booty club and go spend a fiver real quick or something. I don't know. Yes, Danny. Apparently that's what happened. Apparently his attitude was the guy pushed him first, so it was okay that he stabbed him. Like I don't fucking know. Hey, Bina, I look. I'm not gonna lie a little bit. I kind of agree with that sentiment to an extent. Um, I mean, yeah, I guess you know what, you're kind of right. I told uh, I told the guy to go or somebody to go fuck themselves and walked off a job. And a year and a half later, that same job hired me back with a higher position and 10 grand more an hour. So, sometimes it works out in your favor, but when you're a YouTuber and you do that to the people that are watching you and they tune out and it's a lot of people that watch you every time, you're definitely going to see that money that you're bringing in start dwindling quick. I mean, I don't know why you're calling him like why were people calling him racist though? Because it was white and black. I mean, you just call him wrong at that point. Like, bro, that's wrong. Like, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter color of skin. One person stabs another person. Doesn't matter if both of them are purple. What if it was two black kids? What if it was two white kids? What if it was, who gives a shit? Somebody stabbed the other person because they pushed him and he died. Yeah, that's beyond the scope of what would be acceptable return force on somebody. You know? 10 grand an hour. Oh no, dude. If I was making fucking 10, oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking no, 10 grand a year, 10 grand more a year. If I was making 10 grand an hour, I I wouldn't even care. I would just use an Awada brush and throw it in the trash after I was done with it. You know what I mean? I leave her. Reality is that's okay. So we can go into that stranded. That is kind of part of the problem, right? Because if it bleeds, it leads. If it's race based, then it really leads. Especially, was it like coverage on MSNBC? I mean, I'm not all. You guys know where I stand on that shit. I don't care what color your skin is. I care if you're an asshole or not. Speaking of being an asshole, I'm gonna let this dry for a second and let me run out, walk the dog. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. That was a fast one. Let me look, see what the fuck we got going on. I'm not a huge good pie guy. So I get that rebel, but at the same point in time, you got to call it like it actually is. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? That kid ain't getting off. That kid's fucking going to jail. His life's he's fucked. He's fucked because he used excessive force. That's you can't. Like I said, I mean, you push somebody, they turn around and they start stabbing you. Okay, that's great if you're out on the street and dealing with some crackhead on the street. You're talking about a high school track meet, I'm guessing, or was it a college track meet? Which was it? Where the hell's my stir shit up brush? High school. So yeah, you're at a high school track meet. Well, one, Somebody said this earlier, and I think it might have been Duke. Having a knife on school grounds like that's number one. One, you're already fucked because you brought a weapon to school. Even though it's an extracurricular activity, such as a track meet, you're already screwed. 110%, you are fucked. So the fact that you used it after getting a push, a shove, somebody shoved you. That's yeah, you're done. That's GG. And it could have been the reverse too. Let's say it was the white kid who stabbed the black kid like that. I'm going to argue the same point. I think that kid should have gone to jail for a very long time too and had his whole life fucked up. And why? Because he exercised poor decision making. Goes for both of them. And on top of it, he's a bitch. So maybe a little jail will toughen him up when they're beating the hell out of him and putting in his butt. They're doing the butt stuff. Yeah, knife gets you expelled. What happens if you use it on another student, though, Beans? That goes beyond expelled. That goes into, oh shit, I'm going to jail. There's a reason why they have police there. Like, yeah, especially in an age when we have school shootings. What, you think somebody goes on a stabbing spree? Like, they're going to be able to get away with it? Like, shit's just bad all around, any which way you slice it. And like I said, I feel bad to an extent. I don't. To an extent, I don't. Because why do you need a knife? You need a knife if you don't got the hands. I used to carry a knife as a, oh shit, I'm going to die. But yeah. Outside of that, it was always my hands. I always used my fucking hands. And I would get the shit beat out of me. Bubby even attested to it. Get the shit knocked out of me. I mean, nowadays I'm an old ass man. I'm allowed to have a knife. I'm allowed to have a gun. I'm allowed to have a sword. Yeah. Well, that's just it, Steve. I haven't heard shit about the case. I haven't investigated the case. I haven't watched anything to do with the case. I just had simply said, so how was ABL last night? And everybody was like, oh boy, it was a fucking shit show. All kinds of craziness happened. Steve Buffalo pulled out his dick and put it right in the mashed potatoes. It was crazy. And I was like, really? I mean, look, even if ABL had the wrong take on it, right? That's fine. Defending your position with words and stuff like that is fine as well. From what I'm understanding from everybody that's in here right now that was there last night, is that he went off on the chat that didn't agree with his point of view for calling him out for not agreeing with his point of view. And that was the part that isn't fine. That's the part that everybody seems to have a problem with, right? Like, everybody thinks his take was kind of poo-poo, which is fine, but everybody's more pissed at the fact that he kind of like, instead of coming at you guys like full-grown adults and saying, look, that's my take, you don't like it, you don't like it. Sorry, I can't help you there. Instead of doing some shit like that, he was more like, you motherfuckers gotta agree with me. And just kind of went the fuck off. Dude, ABL ain't about that life. That motherfucker is not about that life. I'll tell you what, he must be the most baddest motherfucker in the hood if ABL's about that life. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Because anybody who walks around, yeah, just imagine when he was younger, he was like, my name's Anthony. Anthony Brian Logan. Nice to meet you, fella. Like, you think they weren't like, motherfucker, I'll just whoop that ass. And he's like, right, fella, you shouldn't use it. We need to vote for George Bush here. Like, get the fuck out of here. There was no way you were hoodbound at that point. It's like, I don't give a fuck. If you were, it wasn't that big of a hood. Or that badass one. I mean, like, who was it? Was it Rebel was saying, like, he grew up in fucking Detroit or whatever? Yeah, that's a tough... I wouldn't want to grow up in fucking Detroit. You serious? Or was it Duke? I think it was Duke. He said he grew up in Detroit in the 70s. Yeah, fuck that, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And, you know, no, like, yo, I'm with the Crips. Who you with? I'm with Heisenberg. You mean the drug meth chemist? No, no, you know, the scientist, Heisenberg. Let me tell you about how I'll... Get the fuck out of here. That ain't how that works. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Duke. Like, that, dude, that's rough shit. Like, when I say I ran a store on the edge of Camden, New Jersey, that was rough shit, dude. Like, the people that lived in Camden, that lived there, that was their life. Man, those guys, like, they were on a different level. Like, I could interact with them, and I was cool with them, and a lot of them are still, to this day, we are brothers. We really are. You know, I could probably call one right now and be like, yo, I'm in trouble down here. And he'd come down here and be like, yo, I got you. Because that's just how shit was. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't want to fuck with him. I wouldn't. I'd be scared. I'd be scared. Like, it just... And that wasn't ABL's life. I can tell you. You can just see it in him. He doesn't have... Like, he may have that side where he gets angry and all this kind of stuff and thinks he might be that way, but he's not that guy. He just isn't. It's like when Tim Pool got threatened by R.A. the Rugged Man, right? And he kept saying, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. And smacks the microphone and shit. And Tim Pool's like, whoa, whoa, calm down, fella. I'm from Chicago. Like, motherfucker, you haven't been in it showed right on Tim's face. Like, he hasn't been in a scrap in a long ass time, and he shit his fucking, like, tighty whities. You know, I won't poo poo on anybody's life experience. You never know what somebody's been through. You never know, like, hey, but sorry, you can also tell, man. You can tell, like, it's like the guy who's supposed to be the ladies' man. You're like, bro, like, you're paying for that shit, aren't you? Because if you weren't, then you'd have at least like this type of swagger to you when it came to that stuff, or you would have that I don't give a fuck swagger, and you don't have that. Like, it's telltale on you. Like, desperation smells, and it smells in a certain way, and like, people can smell that shit on you. Or same thing for loneliness, depression, you know, weakness. You can tell somebody who's a beta male who's trying to be an alpha male for the most part. You can always tell. They're trying to fake it till they make it. You know what I mean? They don't have those balls to back up shit. They don't have the hands to fucking fight. And that's not to dismiss them and say that they can't be that person, or they can't aspire to be that person and train to be that person. You can. You could be that person all you want. I don't know why the fuck you'd want to be. You know, respect works a whole different way in this day and age than it did when I was a kid. I mean, I tell stories all the time, but there's certain stories you'll never hear me fucking tell. reason for it. But yes, and Bean's right. You don't. Like, if you've got that swagger and you got that, like, Jesus Christ, was it Jay-Z? I'm from the hood, stupid. What kind of facts are those? You know? Like, Steve, are you talking about in West Virginia or are you talking about in Chicago? I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from Tim Pool when it comes to skateboarding. I heard he's actually not bad. And the reason I'm asking you, Steve, is because I know somebody who actually interacted with him quite a bit in West Virginia with the skateboard park problem and all that shit. Like everything that transpired there, which is one of the reasons why I think he is a complete fucking douchebag. Sorry, guys. When I ran the dog out, I tip-dried my gun a bit. Chicago, yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about Chicago. Mister's the resident Chicago guy. I mean, look, you're talking about a city full of corruption that was founded by gangsters, basically, back in the day. Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with Chicagoans like I wouldn't fuck with people from Detroit, like East St. Louis. Um, Hell, to tell you the truth, it's crazy. True story, though. I ended up in Compton one time when I was out in LA for E3. It was fucking kind of weird. And I didn't have a problem. Like, it was weird. It was just weird because I was like, wait, we're in Compton? And like, my butthole tightened so tight that if you put a lump of coal up my ass, I would have shit a diamond. Because I was like, oh shit. How the fuck did I end up out here? Yeah, well, Tim Pool apparently, I mean, I'm not going to lie, he's low rent from everything I can see. He doesn't really have class to him. Like, it cracked me up because when he was talking about where he lived in New Jersey, it was like 2 towns away from where I was. And like, he was talking about it like it was the fucking worst place on earth. And I'm like, actually, you're in the nice section. Like, what the fuck is this guy on about? Because at first I didn't know where he was from. And then I talked to a buddy. He's like, oh, yeah, that house is this house. And I'm like, oh, oh, okay. I might have seen him at like the grocery store or some shit. He wasn't too far away from the Cherry Hill Mall, which is where I ran a GameStop at. That's one of them. Cherry Hill Shopping Center was the other one. That one's on the edge of Camden. Yeah, I'll tell you. Let me tell you about my beanie. Civil War. I'll tell you. Take my wife, please. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's always tugging on his clothes like he's got like square nipples like Napoleon. Like, remember Napoleon, supposedly? That's why he always had his hand in his shirt, because he had very sensitive nipples and always had his hand covering one of them because of the way the jacket fit him. Swear to God, Tim Pool's probably the same way. So we have ABL Meltdown Live. I mean, I would change the title of the stream to that, but yeah. I don't know. I'd seek shelter in that tent with somebody, and it wouldn't be a knife in my pocket. It'd be something resembling a roll of 50-cent pieces. Like I said, I have no idea what happened with the case. Unfortunately, I don't know how it started, what led to it, or anything else. I can just say, if it was two motherfuckers talking shit, one pushes the other whips out a knife and stabs them, that person's going to jail, and they're going to jail for a very long time, especially when the other person dies from the stabbing. Damn, Duke, it only takes one hand to handle yours? That's a shame, brother. And why is it your hand? Why wouldn't you have somebody else's hand? That's even better. Oh, yeah. Nighty-night. Keep your butthole tight. Somebody better, if ABL wants to support that guy, he better send him some lube fast. Because they're going to have their way with that Sweet 16 or 17. Because that's close enough to adult status where they're going to probably try him like an adult. So then what were the call-ins like for the show? Was everybody like discussing that topic? Like, which happens where you have 16 topics and then everybody's just like, yeah, we're going to talk about the one that everybody's pissed about. Let me say my piece on this. Did F&A Ranger or F&A F&B SEAL Team PlayStation 6 call in and be like, so my brother, let me tell you something. I've stabbed many a people and nobody died. I'll tell you what. What? He went off on Ivan? No. He finally like, fuck you, Ivan, I've had enough, and like went off on him? God damn it. I fucked this brush up. So he went the fuck off on Ivan. So basically what you're telling me is all that talk about decorum and all that shit went out the window too? Ivan's Ivan, dude. But I mean, Ivan probably could have just said, see, now you're just like me. And that would have been the fucking icing on the cake right there in that argument. But shit, he actually went off on Ivan. That's actually more shocking to me than anything else. Well, yeah, him yelling at the chat and saying I got 5,000 new subscribers a week. Tell your old subscribers, start chiming in the said chat and say like, you don't give a fuck about your subscribers. Then, member for 12 months told me to go fuck myself, so I did. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. Everybody likes to hate on Ivan. But like I said, there's been a couple times where Ivan said something and he wasn't wrong. And it's funny because everybody just assumes because he'll start out with the correct thing and then warp it into something that's incorrect. But it's like, but this whole part of your argument was actually correct. Nah, they're not buddies. No. No, no, no. You know, I always thought that ABL was super tight with moderators too. And yeah, you can ask one former moderator and the other moderator if he's super tight with them. You know, they're here. You can actually ask them. And if you really want to know anything, you just ask Devin. She's watched everything for like years, just eating a bag of popcorn. What's up, Alien? Gave you a shout out earlier. Give you another shout out right now. Everybody, make sure you check out Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. It'll add a couple inches to your penis when you watch it, a couple of inches to your bust size, too. He's always investigating new things, always coming up with different stuff, playing eclectic video games, being an all around fun guy. Make sure you guys check him out. I gave you a shout out last week, Alien, and said, all right, guys, I'm in the stream. Everybody go over to Alien stream. And then you weren't streaming. And I was like, what the fuck? Where's Alien? I like Ivan when Ivan starts calling, what are you, a stupid dog? Yeah, I don't know if it's been 8 years, but shit, maybe it has been 8 years. It's been definitely a while. Oh, you're welcome, Alien. Dude, I'm going to shout you out every time. You should fucking know that by now, bud. No, I mean, that's just it. Like, we're all in here. I'm just painting stuff black. Oh, by the way, hey, Alien, here's my joke of the day. So here's the thing. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, see, like a lot of people are saying that shit. Dude, Duke, I've asked that question where he was always like, the salt must blow. Ree! That guy, I don't know what happened, but his English was getting really good towards the end of his calls. Uh, yeah, he was. He would watch Salty Cracker and then come in repeating some of the stuff. My favorite was when when the Vietnamese caller used to call in and be like, the little hat people. Dude, that shit always cracked me up. Mm. Hey, Beans, because I know you weren't here at the beginning of the stream. Can you tell me whose body this is? I got the rest of them printing now, or parts of them printing now. But can you tell me whose body that is? Just by looking at it. Yeah, Salty Cracker, I've always liked that guy. Like, he cracks me the fuck up when he starts talking to the Abraham Lincoln poster and shit. Isn't that right, Abe? Yeah, you're right, Alien. I agree with you. I said the same thing because I wasn't there for it, so I don't know everything to the extent and all that. But what everybody has told me is that ABL basically, instead of defending saying his opinion, saying, look, sorry, you don't agree with it or whatever, let's move on. He apparently started calling out everybody in the chat and like really going off. I don't know if that's true, but that's some shit I've never seen you do. That's some shit I haven't done. Like actually getting mad and going off. You'll know when I get mad. Trust me, people that know me in real life or played games with me long enough know what I sound like when I get mad. And I have yet to get mad on stream. Yeah, you need 666 to tell you if you ever talked about Tate. The 666 watches them like on the regular. Thank you, Vina. That's awesome. That's exactly what I needed. Give me a time frame. I'll check it out, and then, next week or whatever, next time I stream, I'll have a conversation about it and be able to give you like my full opinion on what I saw. Alien saying that he got triggered or what have you. I said this earlier. A 16-year-old girl gets triggered. A grown ass man just says we got a difference of opinion. Let's move the fuck on. And people saying racist shit to him, that should never fly. That shit should not be anywhere on a channel like that. Shouldn't be on this channel, shouldn't be on his channel, your channel, anybody's channel, in my opinion. I'm gonna say that's my opinion. But yeah, because that racism shit doesn't fly here. That's the only thing that I will get pissed off about people in the chat. You can swear, you can cuss, you can call each other motherfuckers, whatever. I don't care. Don't ever drop like an N-bomb. Don't, you know what I mean? Just don't do it. Like, I don't like that shit. Okay. Last story covered. Well, and I mean, did he wrap up the calls fast and like, all right, we're calling it a night here and jump off real fast? Because that'll tell you a lot too. Yeah, see, the reverse of races doesn't fucking matter. Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't. One person stabbed another person. You could have told me it was two white kids, two black kids. You could have told me it was two Martians. It doesn't matter. Excessive force is excessive force. Like, it goes back to what I was saying when people start talking about the community and all that. It's like, no, or the race. Yes, one race. We're all fucking human. We're human race. We're not insects. We're not crustaceans. We're humans. Start looking at everybody like they're human, not like they're, their skin tone or whatever you look for. That's a prejudice. That's looking, you're judging somebody by a preconceived notion of their skin type. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I believe the chat's got disgrace. I trust me. It sounds like a societal breakdown. When Sheree's telling me she had a rough night, she had a rough night. Sheree's like very mellow, very level-headed. I'm actually kind of glad I wasn't in that chat because I probably would have fucking dropped some bombs, and then me and Duke would have been going back and forth, putting in roosters and lollipops in the chat constantly, and it would have been a whole mess. See, that's the other thing. Who gives a fuck what somebody on X says about you? Somebody explain that one to me. Because that's just some random people. Like, do you give a shit what any. If. I'll tell you now, if you let people say shit to you on the internet and let it get to you, like hardcore, then you got issues. Because it's just some random asshole. They don't know you. They don't know who you are. They don't know your story. They don't know, Now, if it's somebody who's viewing you every week and they're saying some shit to you, yeah, that holds a little bit more weight. You know what I mean? Like if it's somebody who's like, yeah, I'm a 14-month subscriber, and you're like, yeah, you know what? You can go fuck yourself because there's 5,000 other people that subscribe to me. That's that's kind of a problem. You're gonna lose viewers real quick, and loyal ones at that. And the one set of people that you don't want to lose are the people that will tune in and have supported you the whole way up. I always said that about celebrities. The ones that I really, really respect are the ones that, like, hey, I was married, I became super famous. Like, one of my best case examples of this is, that show, that old show, Lost. The dude who played Sawyer on there became a sex symbol because of that show. And his wife was not very attractive, not just common woman, And he stayed with his wife, and he loved his wife even more. And people were like, "Oh, maybe he's doing this with a bit, whatever her name is, Lily Evangelina or whatever, and all this kind of stuff." And people are shipping him. He's like, "No, I love my wife." It's who brought you to the fucking dance, motherfucker. Like, there's a reason my wife was there at my worst and darkest times. Really was. And I will never, ever forget it. I will never be disloyal to her because of that. I can't. It's wrong. It's like everybody that's in here, right? Like, take a look at the names in the fucking chat. With the exception of, I think, Mr. not being here. I'm going to say 90% of you guys have been watching me since either the first show, second show, third show, right? And we're on show 41. This is the 41st time that I've done this painting shit and everything else. You've supported me when I first started out and everything else. If I ever tell you to go fuck yourself and I don't care about your viewing numbers, it's time for me to end my show and never stream again. Because you guys brought me to the dance where people are actually like, what are we at for subscribers now? I'm up at 64 subscribers, right? I started out at like 22, I think. 22 or 23 before I started live streaming. You guys are the reason why my channel's growing. You guys are the reason that, I every Thursday, regardless if I feel like it or not, I'm throwing paint on something. And I'll never forget it. I've always said, if I got one person out there that's listening, one person that's watching, I'll keep doing this shit, right? And that Friday, that fucked up fucking cursed Friday show that I did, Sheree and Stranded were here for it. Now, Stranded, granted, Alien was waiting for your show to start, otherwise she wouldn't have tuned the fuck in. She was like, "Oh, GAM's on, I'll watch him while I'm waiting on Alien," right? But Sheree was here for it. I'll never forget that. That was a kindness. That was, kindness, loyalty, whatever you want to say. She was here for it. She didn't have to be. I got her made it. She's my mod, right? But at the same point in time, mods can say, "Yeah, I've got shit going on. I'm busy," or they don't feel like watching or whatever. Not forced to be here. She's here by choice. It's fucking awesome. I feel blessed. So, like I said, if I'm telling the people that brought me to the dance or the people that started with me to go fuck themselves and that I got these new subscribers and all, man, at that point, you guys remind me. Go back and watch stream 41.5 where you even said it, dude, that you need to stop streaming now. Yeah, see, like, that's just it. You can't call somebody a fake tough guy, right? Because you got Duke, who just admitted to liking the Grateful Dead and all that. I would have said, "You hippie, you weak ass hippie," or whatever. But you never know, because then next breath he's like, "Yeah, I grew up in Detroit." Like, well, fuck. Guess you ain't such a fucking bitch, are you? Like, you never know. I've seen guys, I knocked a dude out one time by accident. Like, true story. He's twice my size. And I closed my eyes and threw a punch and caught him just perfect in the jaw and knocked him cold. And like, everybody was like, oh my God, you know, blah, blah. And I got lucky. I'm not going to lie. I was scared shitless. I was crapping in my Pampers because I was a little freshman. He was a junior in high school. And I knocked him out by accident. Never told anybody I knocked him out by accident. I played that shit off like, yeah, that's what you get, motherfucker. But reality is, you know what reality is, that I was scared it out of my fucking. I was a little punk, 130 fucking pounds, and I could scrap and all that. But there's guys that are much bigger badasses than I ever could be, ever would be. Oh shit, Mister's here. Nice. So there you go. All right, so now I'm gonna say, like, you know, that 90% went up to like 95%. It's Mister's here. People that started watching me. You know, when I started, they supported me. They were like cool and good with it. But yeah, it just damn, I am fucking tip dry bad on this because I'm getting little spits of fucking paint out. God damn it! It's every time, every time. That's what happens when I run my gums instead of paint. So, Mister, were you there last night for all that fucking crazy shit or what? I'd love your take on it. You're probably like, what are we talking about, kids? What's going on here? Good old Chicago's own Mister. Oh shit! So you didn't see it either. All right, cool. Now I don't feel like an asshole. Yeah, and you know what, Rebel? You're probably not wrong with that statement either. They do. They want white people. That's the problem. They really do want different races feeling divided from one another instead of just human race. They want it to be, you know, white race, black race, Asian race, you know, Muslims, Christians, all that stuff, instead of finding some kind of peace between all the different people. Instead of finding some kind of peace, because if they can keep you divided, they can make sure that their power doesn't get usurped by the masses, because there's a lot more of us than there are of them. Oh shit. Wait a minute. What do you mean there's regulars in the chat you don't see anymore? Like, if you type their name in, they're not coming up? Or wait, you think he actually blocked people over that shit? That would be like the biggest bitch move I've ever heard of. Yeah, that doesn't, honestly, that doesn't sound right to me either, Duke. I don't know. You have to ask Bina about that. She kicked Atomic out of here. I'm teasing Bina. Don't get all freaked out. Oh, really? Oh, I miss every stream now, I'll be honest with you. I haven't been watching the streams. I've been watching afterplays of streams, nothing. I've um I've been doing all kinds of different things, Steve. Like I said, here's the thing, right? And I explained this at the beginning of the show that I've been learning Blender, right? So this one was cool, fits in the palm of my hand. This one's even cooler because I was able to, like, that's just the body for it, and it takes up my entire hand and then some, right? I was able to cut models into pieces, hollow them in Blender and all this stuff, and actually get a bigger print because of it. Shit, what did I do with my damn key? That's gonna piss me off. I need to thoroughly, like, declog this fucking airbrush. Do I have a spare key in here? Of course I don't, like an asshole. See, anything in the bottom one? Of course not, like an asshole. Good job, asshole. You done fucked it up now. Fiendish Dr. Wu, you done fucked up now. Ooh, found my paint pens. Oh, wait. Haha, key. No, Atomic didn't do anything. She was arguing with me the one night. Like, it was actually an interesting conversation because she believed that the, Great Reset was real. And I was like, yeah, that's some crazy horse shit. And we kind of went back and forth through the whole stream or whatever. And then Bina was actually my moderator at that time. And out of nowhere, at the end of the stream, it came up and said that Bina had deleted shit. And Bina's like, I didn't do anything. And I'm like, I believe you. Like, I completely believe Beans. And she's like, maybe I leaned on a keyboard or something. But I was like, yeah, I don't know. I went through all the logs on YouTube, everything else. And it said at first that Bina did it, and then it was just gone. So I don't know if Atomic deleted everything or what happened, but it blamed it on Bina because she was just happened to be the moderator. But Bina was like, I swear to God, Gam, I didn't do it. I was like, yeah, I know you didn't. Like, 110% you wouldn't be my mod if I didn't trust you. Like, good night, Bubs. Thank you for dropping in, Bubsy. Oh, you're fine. You can argue with me. Right now, I'm just blacking things up. Speaking of which, is Danny Boss still in the fucking chat? Right now, I'm unclogging the airbrush. Danny Boss, look who it is. It's your favorite, Judge Dredd. I'm just putting on base paint tonight, Rebel. I'll paint next week, but tonight is just dumping the black on there with the airbrush. Getting it where I got them primed, basically, so I can layer paint and all that. Beans, I know you didn't do it. I know you didn't. Yeah, that's Danny's character, whatever. He asked me to find a Judge Dredd. It was the only thing I could find for Judge Dredd outside of the Peacekeeper, like their guns. Sure, Ray. The only thing this shit was missing was fucking. Was giving the hard R. Yeah. You know what I mean, my brother? Oh, JB Buttstick. I think he may be dead. I hate saying shit like that, but honestly, like, he kept drinking after he called in that one time and said, like, he had fucking like kidney or liver failure or something like that, and people should. And then the next like 5 times he called in, he was just more and more hammered each time, and I'm like, oh, like that dude is he legit is an alcoholic. He needs to stop. Just stop. Fucking mister. Well, how would anybody catch any of your jokes, mister, if they didn't read your comment? Come on. Try this. Now, I shouldn't have tip dry, but do a little pull back on the needle. That's the only problem I found with this damn thing. Well, trying to do this shit with a craft paint when I should be using better paints. The tip dry is much quicker. Pigment's much larger, so it jams a lot easier. Come on. Dear Lord, that's even worse. Yeah, I mean, I've told my story quite a bit, I think, where I legit was drinking myself to death, and my wife saved my ass. Came in my life right at the right time, or I would have been fucking toast. I had like 6 months left of drinking the way I was before my liver, my kidneys, something just failed. It fucking pisses me off every goddamn time this shit happens. Come on. You can do it. You can do it all night. Not all night if it comes out like this. Fucking airbrush guns acting like it's got syphilis now. Like, I know you. You drippy dick. You drippy dick. God damn it. Yeah, mister, you working out all the time. You're going to give yourself a fucking heart attack. Yeah, nowadays it's like I'd probably have like one shot and be passed out on the floor. I haven't drank in, God, years. I don't miss it either. Funny enough. Some people really miss that shit. I don't. Come on. God damn it. Oh, I got trippy dick. This shit is. This thing is doing everything it can to not paint. I don't know why. Yeah, see, like my back room or whatever is my game room, and I've got like the pool table back there, all that kind of stuff. And originally, when I had designed it, I was like, I'm going to put a bar in. And then because I quit drinking, I was like, I don't see a point to a bar. And then I realized, like, well, nobody even comes and visits me at all. So what the fuck would be the point in putting in a bar if I don't drink? Like, just going to sit there and age and get dusty and shit? Just no point. Fucking gun. Cleaning out the airbrush, finding out what's fucked. hair of the dog and all that, Steve? Like getting the hair of the dog that bit you? Yeah, I still think my best friend Guido, he fucking said it to one of our buddies one time, and that dude is a fucking alcoholic, right? But he's backed up on his child support payments, all this stuff, and he was drunk all the time. And he decided to get in an insult battle. Like we used to do that all the time. I'm sure you guys used to do that with your friends back in the day too. You get in insult battles with your buddy, like break each other's balls super hard. And he said some shit to my buddy Guido. And he said something about Guido not having a kid, right? Like not having a girlfriend. Well, you need a girlfriend to have a kid or something like that. And Guido turned around and said, "I have a girlfriend and a kid. I'll put a bottle in their mouth, not my own." And it was fucking just great. Everybody just stopped, like, "Oh shit." That's pretty impressive. Sober since 19. I was just starting to hit my stride at 19. Good night, Stranded. Thank you for dropping in too. I just saw that shit come up. So hopefully you didn't leave before I said good night. Do do do. I don't know what's going on with the air channels in this damn thing. I have to have like one piece of just pigment that's jammed in this son of a bitch. And this is why you buy nice air guns. They don't jam like this. But they do about the same damn thing. So, once again, I was looking in the Wada Eclipse, which is a higher end airbrush. And I was like, I don't really need it though. I don't use an airbrush enough. Like I did at one point and now I don't. Wow, that's really interesting. That's fucking weird. My side chat fucked up. Wow. Well, man, stay sober. You're not missing much. If anything, one of the fun parts I found of being sober nowadays is watching people that are drunk around me that think they fucking like it gave them an intelligence boost or made them look cooler or whatever. And you're watching them, they're all hammered, and you're like, damn, you're like twice the asshole you were. Now, I didn't have a healthy response to alcohol. I used it at like basically to, I guess you could say, drown my sorrows, but just because I didn't have anything else in my life to look forward to. Now, weed I used to mask pain. Like I fucked up, from the car accident or whatever, fucking up my neck. I would use the weed to mask the pain in my neck so that my arms functioned. But since it's completely fucking illegal where I'm at, unfortunately, yeah, that's been off the menu for quite a while. Oh, yeah, I forgot Duke Raoul is really, really big on ether. A couple emules of ether. Uppers, downers, lappers, screamers, a couple of quaaludes. Salt shaker half full of cocaine, and 3 joints. Yeah, well, asshole fucking going up a one-way street the wrong way at 65 miles an hour and hitting you square head on, that'll fuck your neck up a little bit. Happens. I think I got that shit blown out or cleaned out. Oh God. Thing's now firing shit out of it like the first time a guy figures out what a nudie mag is. What the fuck? Oh God. I already blew through all that paint knobbing. Oh, you fucking jam on me, you son of a bitch. Turn on the air in the Mac. It's pushing way too hard. There we go. Fucking Mac valve in it. Move that shit down and then. Ooh. Jesus. Yeah, I always used to drink Yinling, and then Jack Daniels was my main thing. JD and me were good friends. Till we weren't. I used to think it, used to think I had better control when I was on Jack Daniels. And once again, this plays right into that thinking one way and in reality being a different way. Because, yeah, that was a complete fucking mess. I mean, I heard this. I don't know if this is true. Is it true that Bina's drink of choice is the blood of fairies? Like she just pulls their wings off and twists their heads off and fills up glasses, drinks of their blood. And who's Lori Daybell and what did she do? I mean, that could be interesting. I haven't watched the trial since Rekieta Law ended up getting arrested. Him, his wife, his mistress, and all that shit. And that whole channel went to shit. I used to watch trials on his channel or whatever, and then I tried watching like Uncivil Law and Potentially Criminal, and they're both great. Just I don't remember seeing them cover really trials or stuff. They'll cover like Trump's executive orders and bullshit like that, but they didn't cover trials like Rekieta did. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, my parents aren't going to live to see 90. Well, especially not my mom. She'll be dead soon. Fucking cancer is a bitch. You know, I like Judge Dredd, but I'd like to find a Judge Death statue. He was always fucking badass. Creepy looking, too. Although, anytime I think of Judge Dredd, I always think of, I am the law! So, Rekieta Law, Steve. What's fucked up is watching everything that happened with him. Right? He didn't seem like that kind of dude, but him and his wife, when it, like, he was like kind of straight up, like you could tell he definitely had a problem with alcohol intake, right? Like, especially if you watch the night shows. But then him and his wife went on like this retreat to like a nudist colony or something like that. I can't remember. He went on vacation. And when he came back, all his shows were kind of like downhill and shitty. Like, it wasn't as good or as fun anymore. I don't know what happened. But I'm guessing something happened on that vacation where he just kind of started going off the fucking rails and letting success go to his head or whatever. Yes. Yeah, see, exactly, Rebel. That was after he came back from vacation. He started doing like when he did the hot tub stream with Aaron and whatever the other chick's name was. And yeah, Steve, that was the best era of Rekieta. That and the Jack Murphy Rekieta. Like, that's the Rekieta I remember. And then, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was funny when he got when the one girl performed fellatio on him while he thought he wasn't streaming anymore because he was all fucked up. That's one of the streams that got him nailed. Like, really got him into trouble. But yeah, then the thing is, I'll never watch Rekieta again because one of his kids tested positive for cocaine in the house, and his kids are like little kids. Which means he was so careless with his drugs, his kids ended up ingesting it in one way or another. And I was like, yeah, dude, I can't. That's child abuse at that point. You has done fucked up, my friend. Well, he was serious during the day streams. So he got famous for streaming Kyle Rittenhouse and having a whole bunch of different lawyers on and breaking down what was going on with the trial and all this kind of shit. And then he would do a night stream, and the night stream was more him going over different cases, stuff like that. But he would drink during them. And then he started drinking more and more and more. And like I said, then he ended up going off with his wife to, like, I don't know if it was a nudist colony or whatever. He went on vacation with his wife. And when he came back, he was like super fucked up. And then they basically, the cops ended up watching his stream because he had like cocaine on his nose during one of the fucking streams. And then thought the camera was off. And like the one dude's wife, like his mistress, or, you know, he got into a throuple basically. And the chick was giving him fellatio, performing fellatio on him. But you couldn't see it. Right? Everybody thought he was like yanking his crank. And then the cops raided his house and found all kinds of cocaine and shit like this. And he had like, I can't remember, something ridiculous, like 8 kids or some shit. The whole thing just went. It was a train wreck. It was like legitimately one of those. I'm a famous YouTuber that's got a pretty good channel. Is kind of funny and all this stuff. And check me out. It went from that to holy shit. Watch this. Watch the train wreck in slow motion. To yeah, now I'm kind of fucked and lost all my credibility. Nobody wants to even fuck with me or talk to me. All my old friends and all this stuff. And what's even worse is because it was in the LawTube space, you know, the lawyer space of YouTube, all his friends are lawyers. So they're looking at his case and breaking it down like it's any other case and going like, holy shit, man. Like, what the fuck? We didn't even know this guy. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. If you only saw that part of him, that's awesome. You tuned out at the right fucking time because it went from that to, like I said, that vacation. When he came back, everything was different. Like everything just went to shit, Steve. Like you couldn't make shit up that he was doing. He was like passing out on stream. He was drinking so much while he was streaming. But yeah, I mean, he then there was all kinds of allegations about his wife and like his buddy Dex and all kinds of stuff. YouTuber drama is fucked up and funny. And what's going to be funny is, or, you know, it won't be funny. It'll actually be pretty fucking sad. But say, like, that stream that happened with ABL the other day. Let's say all the people that were watching that stream stopped watching the stream all of a sudden. And all of a sudden, that 1 point whatever million viewers he's got cuts down to like 750,000. Like, all of a sudden, people start mass quitting because somebody clips his stream and plays it, you know? And they're like, oh, I'm not going to fuck with this guy anymore. Right? And he becomes like a lol cow. Like, that shit happens real quick in YouTube. Lol cow. I had a cigarette in my mouth, so it sounded like a W. But yeah, what goes up can come down, crashing hard. If you're not careful, or if you're an asshole sometimes. Just takes one bad stream to do it, too. And I mean, that's not just YouTube, that's anything. Anything where you have the public's attention in one way, shape, or form. Yeah, a million people ain't watching me, I'll tell you that much. If they were, then I'd I'd be making a little bit of money off of YouTube and Sheree would get a slice. Because yeah, I mean, look at like what's his name? Dude who played Kramer. Got up on stage and just started dropping the like N bombing like crazy on the one heckler. You don't see him anywhere anymore. Destroyed his career. Well, I mean, yeah, and then you still got shit like oh god, what the hell's dude's name? Chris Chan. Well, Chris Chan, I think, is in jail for sleeping with his mother. Boogie. I'm trying to think who the other lolcow was. Where people just basically abuse him. You got that one fat dude that's down here, used to play Call of Duty. Down in South Carolina. I can't remember his name. He just basically goes online and begs people for money. And he just like they go. Everybody goes in on them. Yeah, but he's been Michael Richards. I think that dude's name is. He's been canceled forever though. I'll never forget when he went the fuck off. I was like, God damn. Like, what did that heckler do to you to fucking piss you off that bad? Like, there's always going to be somebody who drops in and talks shit, you know? Or is just there to give you a bad day. But his response was like, what the fuck, bro? Yeah. Like, I remember watching it, like, seeing that shit happen and going, like, oh shit. Like, what? It's like you're supposed to be goofy, funny comic relief and you're going to fuck off like this. What's funny is I call him Kramer and all that, but where I really remember him from is UHF with Weird Al Yankovic when he was the janitor. Stanley Spadowski, I think his name was. I'm just hoping they get Juliette Louise Dreyfus to whenever they release the Kamala Harris biopic, she plays Kamala Harris. My mop! Congratulations, you won! Now it's time to drink from the fire hose. Yeah, UHF was a fucking fantastic movie. I wonder if I'll get in trouble for fucking playing this shit. I gotta see if I can find it. Actually, I got the paint flowing. Let me coat a couple more things before the paint stops flowing. And then I'll get into Donkey Kong. Then I'll look it up because I gotta play the one thing because it's like it reminds me of MSNBC nowadays. I'm starting to jam up, so I'll be able to play on them. There we go, regulated. Just need more air pressure. I come from the land down under. Yeah, we're getting nice airflow now. DMX. Jesus Christ. Man, I expected DMX to be like 6'7" the way he fucking goes off in his song lyrics, and then I saw him, I was like, holy shit, he's like 4'2". Like, what the fuck is going on here? Just blew me away. I was like, Jesus Christ, you're a midget, dude. What the fuck? Although DMX has one of my favorite lines out of any rap song, where he's like, "You know who's gonna find you? Who? Some old man fishing." I always love that line for some reason. Like, you know who's gonna find you? Who? Some old man fishing. A K drama, a Korean drama. I've never watched one, but I heard they're like unbelievably amazing. Everybody that I know that's watched a K drama has always been like, "Oh my god, you've got to see this." And I always say the same thing. Yeah, I'll watch it eventually. Yeah, but Korean dramas are apparently like outstanding. Like they're basically soap operas. Which is why they all use pearl cream. I blown through. Damn year. Come on, every last drop. That's what she said. Let good old Donkey Kong dry out a little bit. Sure I don't get tip dry. All right, cool. Let that sit for a minute. While I look this shit. Excuse me while I whip this out. Do. I probably just killed. Look, you got Jesse Waters up there. Hopefully this comes up right.
George Newman.
Oh, let's see. Now, a quick message from our sponsors.
George Newman. He starts where the others stop.
Sex with furniture. What do you think?
The world watched in amazement as he unlocked the mysteries of Al Capone's glove compartment.
Uh-huh. Road maps!
He blew the lid off Satanism.
Look, all I was trying to say...
Oh, shut up, you pinhead! You make me sick!
Sometimes shocking, always controversial, he deals with topics that the other talk shows are afraid to touch. He pries, he pokes, he digs deep. He gets the answers, he gets the facts, and most of all, he gets the ratings.
Lesbian Nazi hookers abducted by UFOs and forced into weight loss programs. All this week on Town Talk.
So yeah, that he was replaced by Alex Jones. That's where Alex Jones got his show from. I'm telling you now, lesbian Nazis from the moon came down and had sex with space aliens, turned the frogs gay, and that's where we get chemtrails from. It's really Satanists out at Pizzagate that were running around behind Bohemian Grove, and yeah, that's how that went down. Yeah, I don't own. Well, actually, that's not true. I still have CDs. I still have a ton of CDs all around here. I don't even know. Most of them I kept were my comedy CDs, though. Like Turkey Boys, stuff like that. All right, let him dry a little bit. We can get things leg out of here. Yeah, let's get a little bit more on this back. What's next? Tato Dial. Dear Lord. I have to keep adjusting the camera. Totodile is going to be a fun one to paint when I do him. I do like the way the Pokemon, the guy who models all these damn Pokemon, he does a good job with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Growing up just outside Philly, hearing all the New York rap, all that stuff, I just remember days of Run DMC and DJ Herc, shit like this, and into NWA. I used to love NWA when I was younger, even though that was LA and all that shit. I mean, I guess I'm the weird one here, but I'm going to have to say it. You know who I was not a fan of? Either of them? I never could get into Biggie or Tupac. Never liked either of their songs. I like any of their music really. Not my thing. I don't know why. Tried listening to them recently too. It was still just like, I'm indifferent to it. Doesn't like hitting nostalgia with me or. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sheree. I'm sorry. I'm honest about it though. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, oh no, you don't understand. It was the greatest shit I ever. I never could get into it. Um, I don't know. Like my wife, on the other hand, she's followed like the whole thing with them getting shot and all that stuff, and because she's like, oh yeah, that shit's super interesting. But I've never been a fan of either of their music. Like, I mean, you got like Big Papa by Biggie. I kind of like that song. It was all right. You know, I guess I was brought up more of in an era where it was fuck the police coming straight from the underground. A young man got it bad because I'm brown and not the other colors. So police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit. I ain't the one. For a punk motherfucker with a badge and a gun to be beaten on and thrown in jail. Like I think that was more my. I think that was more of my era. I thought it was because I had these awesome songs in my head, like, like street kid gets arrested, he's gonna do some time. He gets out 4 years from now just to commit more crime. A businessman is caught with 24 kilos. He's out on bail and out of jail, and that's the way it goes. Dr. Dre is amazing. Totally amazeballs. Yeah, you do. I think Snoop said the greatest thing when there's an interview with him from a couple years ago where it was Snoop and I can't remember who else was up there like with him, but they were talking about modern rap. And Snoop was like, the problem is this: back in my day, everybody had their own distinct sound. You knew if a Snoop song came out, it was Snoop, right? You knew it was this person who put out a song. You knew it was that person. He goes, nowadays, one person gets a hit, like, and I think he was talking about, what's his name? Sean Paul. He's like, where it's got like this reggae beat to it and all this, and doon, 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 doon. He goes, you hear 20 songs on the radio with that doon, 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 doon afterwards. Like, everybody wants to copy that sound because it hit. He's like, nobody wants to come up with their own, like, sound and shit like that anymore. Really, Steve? That's awesome. You were like, a lottie, a dotty, a lottie dotty. We like to party. We don't bother nobody. We don't. Or no, we don't. Yeah. No. What the fuck? A lottie, a dotty. We came to party. We don't hurt people. We don't bother nobody. We're just two cats rocking on the mic. Jesus Christ, mister. What are you going to bust out next? Informer. You know, say that is no you're going to blame. I lick it boom boom down. Pop goes the weasel because the weasel goes pop. Jesus Christ. Pop pop goes the weasel, the weasel. Pop pop goes the weasel, the weasel. Pop goes the weasel because the weasel goes pop. Oh, shit. Yeah, Lottie Dottie got everybody going. Dear Lord. Thing, are you dry and ready? Yes, you are. I'm clearing them off as they dry out. So I can get more on here. Let's see. Donkey. How we looking, Donkey? Oh, you got some shit spots. This just crossed my mind. It must be hard to be a young man in the dating game nowadays. Like, you got to go out and burn Teslas up and shit to get, any. And even in it, it will turn out that they're like lesbians that you're chasing. That's got to be rough in the dating life nowadays. Let me throw this bad boy down so he stands up. Oh, you're not going to stand because you're wet. There we go. Yeah, well, Bina is really good with like music lyrics and stuff, but that's because that's how she learned to speak English. I'm dead serious. That's how Bina learned to speak English. I was like, Bina, how do you know all this stuff? She goes, it's tricky. It's tricky to rock a rhyme. The rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky. It's tricky. How was it? And I was like, damn, Bina. We need old school comedians back too. I miss Andrew Dice Clay. I miss Sam Kinison. Like, I know Sam's dead or whatever. I miss Andrew Dice Clay walking out on stage, lighting a cigarette up, and just going hickory dickory dock. And you guys already know the rest of it. Little boy Blue, he needed the money. I don't like Bob Dylan either. He's too whiny for me. He does it. He just sounds like he's singing through his nose the entire time. Like he's got a booger he's trying to blow out while he's singing. That's what Bob Dylan sounds like to me. Tell you what, one guy I didn't appreciate when I was younger, and like, man, he's fucking amazing, is Bob Denver. Like, actually fucking amazing. Like, yeah, Bob Dylan is singing through his nose, dude. I'm dead serious. Here, here. You know something? I never listened to Waits until I saw Heath Ledger as the Joker, and I was like, man, it's fucking interesting his take on it. And then my buddy Guido was like, you know where he got that from, right? Like, who? Tom Waits. I'm like, what? Who? And Guido actually put him on for me and let me hear it. I was like, he's actually not bad. There's plenty of people I don't like as like human beings that are good actors and good musicians. Beans, you know. I mean, but then again, how are you going to judge somebody that legit has a song that goes, "If you're having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one." Like, kind of tells you right there how he feels about women. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I'll tell you this much though: the one guy I found, like, so there's. It's interesting when you DJ in a little podunk bar or whatever, and it's mainly college kids that are coming in. Um, it's interesting what you can play that's old that everybody recognizes and sings along to and shit like that. So one song that everybody goes nuts for every time I used to put it on was Sweet Caroline. Sweet Caroline, suck my good times never felt so good, so good, so good, so good. Always shocked me. I was like, damn, they know every fucking line to this. Knew that was gonna happen. These rappy lyrics. What should really be scaring you is my voice. Uh, yeah, another one that everybody would go off about was MC Hammer, actually. You could put on You Can't Touch This, and everybody knew it. And they used to always mix it with Super Freak by Rick James, because they're basically the same song with different lyrics. Dredge? No. Sounds like a Nordic fucking metal band, though. Yeah, Vina told me about that. Yep. Vina even told me she threw her panties on stage, too. I don't know if she told you that part. She was like, Justin noticed her or whatever, and she was like, couldn't resist. And I told her, I was like, I couldn't blame her for that one. It is Justin Timberlake. I mean, boy bands have been a thing since the Monkees, for fuck's sake. Take the last train to Clarksville, Whitey. Mrs. Brown, you've got the lovely daughter. Oh, you know, I forgot all about this. I forgot to mention this shit. On a pop culture note, did any of you guys see the trailer for the new Tron movie? Chubby little buddy Ryan there, um, you know, Sir Giggs, who's on here all the time, he actually sent it to me over in a message on Facebook or what have you. Um, yeah, they're doing a sequel to Tron. It's called Tron Ares, and like all the light cycles and all that shit are coming out in the real world. It's fucking pretty cool looking. Oasis. Jesus Christ. Remember Oasis? We're bigger than the Beatles. Like the fuck you are, dude. Who the fuck? The fucking Gallagher brothers. Those fucking assholes. I remember when they were at, I want to say, the MTV Music Awards, and people started booing them while they were playing. And the one brother, like, took a beer and shook it up and shot it all over the crowd. And then Dennis Miller was hosting it. And he's like, oh, look, he spilled a beer. Oh, their audience is going to be a lot of people. Um, I hope this one's actually really good, but they have Jeff Bridges' voice is in the trailer. Tron is like one of my underrated Disney movies. One of my favorite Disney movies. It actually made me want to. That's what got me into computers back when I was a kid. Was Tron. I thought that shit was amazing. Which is funny because in BASIC, Tron is trace on, right? So you have Tron and Trough, trace on, trace off, and basically it's supposed to find breaks and mistakes in your program. So it kind of makes context or sense in the context of things. The other thing is the main villain in Tron is the MCP, Master Control Program, right? When you really break it down, it was AI. It was an evil AI. Yeah, Beans. I'm hopeful that hopefully because Cavill's involved with Highlander, that shit'll be good, right? The only thing is, unfortunately, I the best part about Highlander to me was A, the Kurgan, and B, it was Sean Connery as Ramirez. So without those two in the movie, like I don't know who the hell they're going to get to play the Kurgan if they're remaking Highlander right, if they're doing it proper. But Henry Cavill, yeah, you know my feelings on him. I think just Henry Cavill should be the star of damn near every movie. He should be what, you know, how everybody's got The Rock as the star. It should be Henry Cavill because he actually loves the fandom. He's a nice guy and he's a nerd. I don't know. Did I ever tell you this story, Beans? My wife had told me this one and she showed me the interview where he's talking about it, right? Or his sister's talking about it. Henry Cavill's nephew was in school and said, "My uncle is Superman," right? And the kids were all making fun of him. Like, yeah, whatever. The teachers were too. Stop that. You know, stop lying. Your uncle's not Superman and all this. Well, Henry Cavill caught wind of it and showed up at the school in the full Superman outfit and came over to his nephew and was just like, you know, like, "Hi, nephew, how are you?" And like the kids lost their shit. The teachers lost their shit. It was like, holy shit, his uncle really is Superman. Treasure Planet was Disney, I believe, but Titan AE wasn't. Titan AE was all right. It was all right. I see, Donkey. We got anything left on you? No, you can go away. But yeah, that's looking good. Fantastic Four, I'm still torn on. I'm gonna have to wait till that actually comes out and see it. But they've said that Fantastic Four is going to be in its own thing. Like it's not part. It is part of the cinematic universe, but it isn't. Which lets me know that basically the end of the movie is going to be them getting pulled into the MCU. Like their universe is going to collide, or their Earth's going to collide with another Earth, and that's going to kick off Avengers Doomsday. Tadadial, you are almost done. You got one little spot here. Actually, two little spots. The new Tron is called Tran. No, it's Tron Ares. Every time I heard it, like, although what's fucked up is every time I hear Tron nowadays, I think of that Chappelle show skit when it was the Mad Real World, and Chappelle's character was named Tron in it. And he's like, people don't want to see us work. They want to see us live and have fun and party. Yo, one thing before you go. I slept with Katie too. Katie got some big ass titties. I don't remember. I don't know if you guys remember that skit or not. Dude, he always cracked me up. You're like, oh, I had sex with Katie too. Man, I'll tell you what. That's one guy that is gone that they'll never be able to do Chappelle Show again because of, and that's Charlie Murphy. And not just because of the Charlie Murphy True Hollywood Stories and all that shit, just because he like characters like that one. He was amazing in the role. Really, Anastasia? Should have been called Anesthesia because it's boring as fuck. What's wrong with you, Beans? Be better with your animated movies. God damn. Damn, that's a good ass sugar cookie. Yo, turn the music up in the headphones. Yo, I can't hear nothing. Turn the music up. Turn the music up in the headphones. Yeah, yeah. I want you to go down to Queens and I want some fresh Cambodian breast milk. Damn, that's some good titty milk. Yeah, that one's classic too. And of course, you always had the classic. I loved when he made fun of R. Kelly, and he's like, "Yeah, you could all we all should have known something was up." Yes, I want to piss on you. Pee pee pee, drip drip drip. And then he's like, he goes, and then he put out the remix, and it's like, this is the remix edition of the song about pissing. I already told you my favorite Disney movie of all fucking time is always gonna be and will never be ever put out again, and that was Song of the South. I'm sorry, I loved it when I was a kid. I saw it in a drive-in. Like, it just Uncle Remus singing Zippity Doo Dah and Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity Doo Dah, zippity yay. My oh my, what a wonderful day. I used to love that shit. Oh, that's awesome, sure. Let's, ah! You take one more step, I'm kicking this motherfucker out the window. I mean, it's a shame. Disney has just fallen into a toilet. I'm super pissed off with what they did on Daredevil, like the new season of Daredevil. They fucking took the villain and made him a one note, and then fucked up the whole storyline from the comics where it wasn't interesting, or they just made him a typical asshole. It just they played the too many damn tropes, and it wasn't good. And it's such a shame because Charlie Cox's Daredevil's fantastic, and what's his name is Kingpin is fantastic. Vincent D'Onofrio. And they tried to do a new fucking villain, and they fucked it up. They killed him right off the rip. Those aren't old Disney movies. Those are like more modern Disney movies. Like, if that's the case, then Lion King. Hands down. Akuna Matata, motherfucker. Princess and the Frog and Mulan. I thought we were talking about classic Disney here, like Snow White, Cinderella, Three Caballeros, The Pimp and the Hoe. Electric Grandma. The fuck? Electric Grandma. What the fuck? That reminds me of a Twilight Zone episode. Ooh. Ooh, it's all black. It's so shiny. Yeah, I know it was 27 years ago. Don't remind me. When do you when did Guns N' Roses come out? I mean, look, it's fucked up to me. Like, I still can't believe like I'm going to turn 50 soon. That shit seems like not only like impossible, surreal, but also like how the fuck am I still alive? Like, I should have been dead a long time ago. You poor people have to listen to my mouth run because my wife saved my life. Outside of that, like, God, I should have been dead. I really should have been dead by now. I should have never known what 50 even looked like. Guy should have been like, yep, we're listening to Mr. do his show on how two atoms form a molecule, Like that should have been the YouTuber you're listening to right now, but instead you got stuck with this guy. I'm old as fuck, dude. It's okay. You know what? I'm happy. I'm happy I get to get old. You know? I do actually like look at it like I'm living in a golden time too all the time. Like I don't know. A lot of times you can't see that you're in the good times in like a golden era of your life because you're living through it and then you look back and go, "Damn, that was like the golden era of my life. I'm living in my golden era now." And I know it and I'm enjoying it and I'm eating every second of it. Like dear Lord. Oh God, what was his name? Robert Townsend, right? Hollywood Shuffle. You may, Steve. Like that's just it. You just got to look around and think about things and think about, like I look at it and I wake up every day. I can still move, my brain functions to the extent it does, not very high level, but just enough to get by. Um I worry about dumb little shit. My kids are doing well for themselves in their life. My wife, for the most part, is happy with life. My pets are alive. They're young. Well, not really, but they're still like not sick or fucked up or anything else. Whatever I want, I pretty much go out and just grab it. Like if I want this, I just go buy it. But there's nothing I really want. Like I'm happy all around in life. I'm very comfortable and very lucky, and find myself to be very fortunate. Um, the fact I'm still breathing is a miracle. Like I don't know how I didn't fucking kill myself when I was younger by accident. But I just look around. It's like I got the house, I got the family, I got the pets. Life's pretty fucking good. I got awesome people that I bullshit with on the internet once a week. Like it, not bad at all. I like I said, I literally am surrounded by good people and good things. Actually, it's a four-letter organization. You're the AI of Mister, and that would be the alphabet people. They've expanded it quite a bit. It ends in a plus now. But, back when you were created, it was only three letters. Dear Lord. Painting a block black is boring as shit. Just saying. Fucking DARPA. Dear Lord. My God, man, are you trying to make them come for you? Like, what the fuck are you saying here? So, yeah, I had touched on it earlier. I guess I can talk about this a little bit. The Douglas Murray debate with, oh God, what's his name? Libertarian dude, Dave Smith. Shit was kind of interesting. Definitely, but the only thing was that Douglas Murray got real hung up on language. Like, You know, when you say we, you don't mean you mean the government of the United States. And he's like, yes, of course, that's what I mean. Okay, well, we need to, and like just went off for like 20 minutes about him using the word we and how language matters and all this, and then proceeded to say we about the UK about 5,000 times. Yeah, you're not wrong, mister. That's exactly what was going through my head, the 3D BLM square, you know? Yeah, but the whole thing was he was doing it to be a dick. Like, there's a difference between, look, we need to set, this is what language means, and this is the way I'll be using this language going forward, but you don't berate somebody for it and then do the exact same thing when you're speaking. Like, it just made him come off like an arrogant douche. And then, like, he kind of belittled him for, you know, because he was very pro Israel or whatever. But he belittled Dave Smith because he's like, they were talking about the blockade or whatever. And Dave Smith was like, yeah, well, you know, they're controlling the food, all this stuff, and it's blockaded off. And Douglas Murray turned around and said, well, you know, you've been there and seen all this and all that kind of stuff. He's like, well, no, I've never been over to Israel. Well, then how can you talk about it? And it's like, motherfucker, everybody's reporting on it. Like Dave Smith's basically saying the simple thing of, look, I don't want my money funding children being killed en masse, you know? And he's like, but according to Douglas Murray, basically, like, you're not supposed to really have an opinion unless you go there, put boots on the ground, and look at shit for yourself. It was just, it's an interesting conversation between two people. But yeah, I really did think it made Douglas Murray look a bit arrogant. Like an arrogant asshole, to be honest with you. And not because I like Dave Smith more or something, just it made him seem arrogant. Yeah, I don't. You know what? You're right, mister. I heard he was a comedian once too. And I still have never seen him do like a stand up routine or jokes or any of that shit. I've never seen him do a set. I've never heard it. So I don't know why he always says he's a comedian. I guess at one point he was. Yeah, I mean, reality is if it's not a Democrat or a Republican running, they're not going to win. So what the fuck's the point in running? You're just pissing money away. There's no way you're going to get a third party win. And to be honest with you, the way Trump's been doing things, the Democrats don't know what to do. They're like lost in the fucking woods right now. They have not a clue. Not that they can't come back and win somehow, but yeah, like they're reacting to shit Trump does, but they're reacting 2 days too late. You know what I mean? Yes, Steve, I agree with you. I actually watch Jimmy Dore all the time. I don't agree with 100% of what he says, but I really do enjoy his shit. Like, Jimmy Dore he actually does do a pretty good show, and his live shit is funny. I don't like some of the fill-in hosts he gets, but like when he's actually like doing the show, he's pretty good. Yeah, and I agree, mister. I was saying at the beginning of the stream with the tariffs and everything, Trump already knew what he wanted to do. He knew how he was going to pull it off, and then he used the mainstream media to kind of hammer that message home and scare the fucking Europeans, in my opinion. Like, he knew that they were going to react the way they did. It was just masterful the way he played shit. Like, he played his hand just right. It's shit ripped right out of the Art of War. Yeah, Kurt Metzger cracks me up. He's funny sometimes. And it's funny because up until he started doing Jimmy Dore, Kurt Metzger was like just straight out comedian. Now he gets into the conspiracies and shit. Like, it's funny. But yeah, Jimmy Dore, I actually really do like his show. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing you're talking about Trump, Steve. Yeah, well, that's just it. Like, Roddy Piper used to say it back in the day in WWF. Every time they think they've got the answers, I change the questions, right? That's what Trump's doing. It's like every time they think they're going to nail him out, like, oh, look, the stock market's in the toilet, all this other shit, and tariffs are. He's just like, oh, yeah, guess what? Used it to fucking get trade deals. 70 countries already meeting with me to do this. And I think I even said on my last show, and Mister was one of the ones that was advocating for it. Like, anybody that's doing this doesn't understand what the fuck is going on. He's got them. He's got them all fucked up. They don't know how to handle them. I'll tell you what's really fucking crazy. Did you guys see the story about the second guy who they caught at Mar-a-Lago that was trying to take the shot at Trump through the fence line or whatever? The Secret Service nailed him. Like, what happened? Where it turned out he was trying to get a fucking rocket launcher to shoot at Trump from Ukraine. And, like, they knew about it and fucking still didn't arrest him. I mean, like I said, Trump's either an evil genius or the luckiest asshole I've ever seen. But he pulls off this stuff where he does. Like, and he wrote a book about it a long time ago. Anybody reading the book would be like, oh yeah, he's pulling the art of the deal. He's doing this shit. Yeah, well, the guy was crazy at that point, but it doesn't matter. If I sit here on the internet and I go, yeah, you know what, Joe Biden's evil and all this when he was president, and I got a buddy over in Iran and he's going to send me a fucking rocket launcher to fucking blow up Biden. Like, yo, you don't think that the fucking Secret Service wouldn't be kicking in my door asking me questions? Like, what in the absolute fuck? Like, how did they not nail this guy before he went and did some crazy shit? And the answer is because they're probably, if they hadn't switched up his security detail, like that first assassination attempt hadn't failed, and they added that extra Secret Service and got rid of all those, I don't want to call them incompetent, but yeah, they were incompetent. I think they had to beef up his security detail. Maybe that second shooting would have gone through. Maybe they wouldn't have caught the shit in the fence line and all that. Like, Gotta figure Trump's basically gutted the fucking CIA, the FBI, all that stuff since he's become president. Like, he's put people in place that he knows and can trust and all that. So, because it wasn't just the agents. Like, it wasn't like the agents were all bad. It was the fucking people that were overseeing everything. Like, we can't let Trump back in the White House. It's fucked up. I mean, interesting conspiracy. It's going to be interesting to see what comes out of it. But I guarantee you we don't hear about jack nor shit till way after Trump's president, until Trump's dead. Like, maybe 50 years from now we'll hear about that shit. Kind of like JFK. He's already brought down the price of eggs, right? That was one of those things. I think that shit's funny as hell. Egg prices have come down. And, like, you know, not everybody was feeling them. I know I didn't feel them real heavy. Even though I buy eggs all the time. Here, the egg prices didn't really go up, but we got some farmers around us that you can get them from cheap. But, yeah, like, once the egg prices normalized again for the most part, fucking nobody's talking about it. Like, the news didn't cover it and say, you know, we covered this story about the eggs and all that, and prices are down on them. No, they just moved on to the next thing. So, like, he can't fucking win. He can't get a win in the media. Although I did think it was funny as shit that Chuck Schumer gave, like, this press conference and was blasting him for the tariff shit. And at the same point in time, Trump had already announced, you know, like, while Chuck Schumer's giving this press conference, if you watch the market ticker at the bottom, it's going up like skyrocketing because he had already announced he's suspending the tariffs. It was like, what the fuck, dude? You're a day late and $1 short there, Chucky. You fucking putz. Wait, what the fuck? God damn it. I hate it when it does that shit. It completely omitted Mister's comment. Mister said, and all the asshole states that have regulations about eggs, they have always been high. Hippies are the worst. It's all marketing. It's all worthless. Mister and his free range eggs. I don't know, but I'll tell you what. Every year we get a free range turkey, and there's a reason for that shit. No preservatives, all that stuff. It's Amish. Comes from Amish country. Special order. And I will tell you now, we use damn near every piece of that bird. Right down to the fucking carcass. And it's so much better. Like, it really, really is. Like, there is no bullshit in that. Costs more, but 110% worth it. So yeah, $7 a dozen. They should be probably about $3 now. How much were they at when they started, Steve? You know? Yeah, see, like here, there's like $3 a dozen, something like that. But like I said, they barely went up. Salt Lake City was at 779. Jesus. Goddamn Mormons. They're holding down your egg prices. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. Chickens suck to keep, though, beans. They're fucking messy. They shit everywhere. They're worse than children. And they don't taste as good when you cook them. Let this bullshit dry. The old Batman cape. I can actually leave that part white or gray or whatever. Saturdays, what should I paint first? Just out of curiosity, guys. The Thing, Batman. Still got to do Squirrel Girl. I got a couple more things to make black, but I'm almost done. As long as the brush and the paint cooperate. Have a good night, Rebel. Awesome that you fucking finally made it into a live one, man. Glad to see you. Hopefully you had some fun. Got to talk a little smack and hang the fuck out. But, man, drop by anytime. Thank you for leaving a like and subscribing and chilling and fucking talking shit. I'll actually be painting some shit next time instead of this getting ready to paint shit. What? Weezer's bassist's wife was shot by LAPD? What? For what? Did she hold that thread while he was walking away and like they were like, oh, don't destroy my sweater and fucking whacked her? Was it because of her hash pipe? Was it because she blessed the rains down in Africa? Was it because she looked like Mary Tyler Moore? Was it because somebody's hiney was crowding her icebox? Have a good night, Beans. I'll definitely check out the ABL too, and I'll give my full thoughts on what the fuck I watched next Thursday. Figure out what the fuck. Wow, really, Reb? That's actually what the fuck happened? I mean, look. Yeah, you're trying to pull some vigilante justice or, like, be a hero or whatever. No, you just lock the doors. You just make sure nobody fucking breaks into your shit. Let the cops do their thing. Otherwise, you become a casualty by accident. Stay the fuck out of their business. Let the professionals handle it, damn it. Much like Batman, he don't need a gun, and he ain't wearing hockey pads. Dear Lord. That's going to rub off the whole front, so that was useless in painting the whole thing in one go. She was part of a harem? What? That's fucking crazy. Wow. So she was like legit part of somebody's harem. Was it like an anime harem, or was it like these are my 30 virgin wives, that kind of harem? I mean, you want to talk about like being able to accept somebody's past? That's a hell of a past to accept right there. I'll tell you that much. Oh, it's actually developing, huh? No shit. So this shit just happened. We have breaking news. The bassist of Weezer, his wife, was shot in the shoulder. Film at 11. It's crazy. I'm telling you, shit always breaks on this show, and I fix it. And if I can't fix it, I just pass it over to Mister and let him fix it. Like I said, that fucking Friday show fucking pissed me off so bad. But it was crazy because it was like George Foreman died. I'm like, well, I'm done. I'm never doing Friday again. Fuck this, dude. My heart broke a little bit when I heard Big George Foreman died. George the First. Oh my fucking God, Duke, you, my friend, are fucking amazing. The popcorn you've been eating. Moscow in flames, missiles headed to America. Film at 11. Can anybody outside of Duke Raoul tell me where that line is from? Or the popcorn you have been eating has been pissed in. Film at 11. Can anybody tell me where... If you were an alarm clock, how would you wake me up? I wouldn't. I'm no ding-a-ling. Oh, shit. That movie's fantastic. It was like one of my favorite movies when I was a kid, too. Holy shit. Reform school girls in trouble. More offensive than Deep Throat. More offensive than Behind the Green Door. Nope, nope, none of those. I'll give you guys a hint, right? Since I know Steve knows what fucking, or Duke knows what movie it is, right? But they did a sequel to it later on. It was called Amazon Women on the Moon. That was the sequel's name. Show me your nuts. Yes, the Kentucky Fried Movie. Yes, the Kentucky Fried Movie is correct. They're doing the newscast like in the beginning. It's like Moscow in flames, missiles headed towards the U.S. Film at 11. Yeah, and the movie they did that was a rip on Enter the Dragon was called A Fistful of Yen. How bad is this island? Worse than Detroit? You're really, Steve? It's probably free streaming somewhere. I'm not going to lie. But it's like a whole bunch of little skits, and they're all like parody skits. And like some of the shit is just fucking unbelievably funny. Have a good night, mister. Thank you for dropping in. Do appreciate you, you know. But yeah, like the newscasters are the fucking, it's hysterical because that's one of them. Is like the popcorn you're eating has been pissed in. Film at 11. Yes, the Kentucky Fried Movie. And it's like there's one where they're talking about, oh God, what was it? What element was it? I want to say, was it silicone? They're talking about like some element, and they're like the handle on that mop, and it's like this one lady. And like all the shit starts disappearing, like every time he says something. Like the brakes on your husband's car, and all of a sudden the car, like you hear it like getting in an accident, running into a tree and shit. Like every time he mentions something, it disappears from the scene. You out too, Steve? Dude, the one thing, right? Like chicks like housewife, and she's like thinking back, she goes, I had the girls over. And like she goes, but I think I have a scent problem in my house. And like the fucking the one chick's like walks in, she's like, fish for dinner yesterday? The second chick walks in, she sniffs, she's like, Al's still smoking those cigars. And then finally the last lady walks in, she's like, Christ, did a cow shit in here? Have a good night, Steve. Thank you for dropping in, brother. Definitely look forward to seeing you next stream. Definitely find that movie and watch it, though. You're going to fucking piss yourself. It's definitely a pick-me-up movie, like, make you laugh. Oh, God. Fucking shit. Man, I'm getting, like, minor airflow through this damn gun now again. Yeah, Duke. Christ, did a cow shit in here? Young lady, do you know about the penal system in this in this fucking state? Oh my God, goofiness. I'll tell you another movie. I haven't seen it in, good Lord, a good little bit. I used to always love was I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. That shit always cracks me. Every time I see it, it just fucking has me in tears. I don't know if you guys have, I'm sure you guys have seen it. Oh, God. Yes. Yes, Sheree. Yeah, the one pimp. He has the goldfish swimming in his shoes. Yeah, the one guy always reminds me of ABL. Like he's like they're doing like the ghetto Olympics or whatever, and I can't remember the fucking actor's name. But he's like, you know what I mean, brother? And he's like, actually, I don't. My mom was a lawyer. My dad was a doctor. I didn't learn jive or anything like that. I only learned this one dance move from Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Yeah. Your own theme song. Every good uh, hero should have some. They go to the Black Panthers for help, and he's like, yes, yes. And he's like, well, he's like, what's the matter? He's like, yeah, they all quit. They got government jobs. The brothers were angry. The brothers were strong. They all got government jobs. Would you like a bean pie, my brother? Shit was fucking great. The one chick starts beating up Damon Wayans, and he's like yelling or whatever. And he's like, what got into you, woman? The devil? She's like, cramps. That's just old school Wayans brothers. Keenan Ivory Wayans and Damon Wayans. Which Damon Wayans, I remember his stand up being really good too. What was that one though? It's like there's one in the Kentucky Fried Movie. Now I'm thinking about it. It's supposed to be like a black exploitation film, kind of like Cleopatra. It was Cleopatra Schwartz. He burned the menorah by night. She burned the ghetto to the ground. Cleopatra Schwartz, and it's like a rabbi and the black chick. And they're going on like a whole rampage, like blowing shit up and everything else. God. You know, we used to be able to laugh and joke and have fun with movies and shit like that. You made that stuff nowadays, somebody would cancel your ass immediately. Like the moment you even suggested it, like, yo, we want to do a movie like this, and it's like, yeah, you're canceled. Like, you can't do that shit anymore. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the problem with everybody having becoming more sensitive. They're sensitive. We're sensitive to hurting people's feelings. And you know, like the more I think about it, I feel bad for you, Sheree. Last night must have been a total fucking shit show for you. You must have been like deleting shit left, right, front, and center. Now I'm thinking about like if people were really going to fuck off in those comments and like some of the shit like you got to see, you can now tell me who the real scumbags are. It's the one good thing about being a mod. You can be like, yes, this person is not a good person. This is why. Oh, they say they're all about this, that, and the other thing, but yeah, you should have heard what they said in the comment. I mean, that is one of the coolest things, though, about having Sheree is a mod over here because everybody's so cool, right, Duke? That Sheree can kind of like just chill, and this is like brain break for her. Like, she doesn't have to fucking do anything. She can join in the conversation. She can talk shit if she wants. Because I let you guys like swear, she doesn't have to go and like edit 1,000 things if you guys want to be like, yeah, that movie was shit or something. Because I swear like a sailor. And because I've rated this not for kids, you know, YouTube just they don't mind your language. If you're unless you're angling at children, then they get a little pissed. Or if I'm saying something really derogatory to, you know, let's say like the gay community or something, like I'm calling them a slur for a gay man constantly, they get a little uppity about that. But outside of stuff like that, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. So Sheree really does get a brain break here. Jesus, the inauguration was that bad? Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm definitely Bean said it was 155 or whatever. I'll have to tune right into it and see what happened. I got to see how that broke down. And honestly, I mean, I know you wiped out anybody who was swearing and probably the racist comments, but will I be able to see like who was saying what? I mean, how did it make? I guess that's the question I should ask Duke because you're there for every one of them. You know, like you're constantly there. Um, like you said, did it make you turn off the fucking stream? Is the question. Did it make you say, yeah, fuck this, I'm done? Like at least for tonight. I'm not saying forever. I'm saying for tonight. You know, where you just like, yeah, fuck this, I'm done. Man, that's fucking rough. And you said F and A Ranger wasn't there. Good old Xbox wasn't there. Yo, Duke, you don't understand. Like, yes, you are 100. He's weirder than everybody is for the most part. He's weirder than Ivan is. Like, he's a fucking strange dude. And, yeah. Yeah, he, just, like, nobody will be saying anything, and then out of nowhere, he's just like, I have 3 testicles. Like, what? What does that have to do with anything? My daughter gives the best blowjobs. Like, what the fuck did he just say? Like, he just, what the fuck? What's the matter with this guy? That's what I mean. Like, he'll say that shit in all caps too. And you're just like, wait, what did you say? He just, like, nobody. My my daughter was born with one leg tied behind her head. Like, what? What the fuck? Let me say this again and type it 16 times and repost it. So this way you guys know I'm serious about what I'm saying. Like, what are we doing here, buddy? I mean, I'm sure he's harmless, but yeah, I just, like, what the fuck? I guess it's kind of a good thing I haven't been in ABL's chats lately, huh? Yep, you got it in one. Oh, my goodness. Oh, what are we down to? Actually, I'm going to have to fuck with this Hulk later. Jesus Christ, is it fucking 1 a.m. already? No wonder everybody's bailing the fuck out. I didn't realize it was this late. What do I got left? I got Surfer's Board and shit to do. Oh. Batsy's cape. Go away. So can his ass. Wolvie, you're staying here so I can cut the other parts into you. Bat's foot can go away. Gloves are still drying. Face part's still drying. The cowl is still drying. The other footsy's drying. Oh no. Not only is the other footsie still drying, it's not even done on the other side, you motherfucker. He called one night and went off. About what? I know one night nobody was talking about anything racial, and he called in and told ABL, you know what I mean, my brother. And then fucking was talking about being in a high school that was like all black, and he was like the cool white guy in there and shit. And like, it was just like, what the fuck are we even going on about? And like, we're all one race and don't hate each other. And I'm just like, that wasn't even a topic of discussion tonight. What the fuck? What the fuck are we talking about here, buddy? You sound like a drunk person who's like secretly racist and trying not to be racist. Like, but it was weird because it wasn't like, you know, the subject of the night was Black Lives Matter and all this kind of stuff. It was just like stupid subject. Some stupid topic. And like he called in and completely just changed the topic over to racism for no reason. And it was like, do you know what I mean, my brother? And that's when I was like, oh yeah, he's talking like somebody that's sus as shit. Like, you don't want people to know you're racist, but you're really a racist. Let me know you're a racist without telling me you're a racist. He didn't say, you know what I mean, brother. He said, you know what I mean, my brother. Like he was, I don't know, just something about it struck me, tickled my fancy in a weird way. No, he said he's Air Force, dude. So that's the other thing. He's like, I'm an airplane mechanic that got fired because I believe the election was stolen from Trump. And it's like, yeah, they wouldn't fire an airplane mechanic for anything outside of fucking up while doing the job, because airplane mechanics are a revered position that pays quite a bit of money. So what are we talking about here? Either you sucked at your job, or you weren't an airplane mechanic. Like, I don't know. I don't like stories with foundations that are made of bullshit. Yeah, he said he lost his job. Like, I don't know if you saw that stream or not, Duke. Yep. Sheree's got it in one. And then it was the same stream. He was like, because he called up and he's like, well, I'm not going to have a home soon because I got fired from my job as an airplane mechanic from saying that Trump won the 2020 election or whatever. And it's like, bro, it's 2024 after the election. What are you talking about here? Like, why would anybody even give a fuck? Like, reality was he was probably like, doing crystal meth in the men's room when he was supposed to be mopping the floor at the Good Burger, and this is what happens. Good Lord. Squirrel Girl, you are my last one. I'm going to finish Squirrel Girl and then call it a stream. Actually, a 0.5 stream is what I'm going to call it, because, yeah, things kind of shit the bed early on. I still can't fucking believe I dropped the tool and, like, popped my fucking camera off, and it took, like, 3 tries to get it back on. Good Lord. Ah, Sheree, you can't play favorites. You know that. You know better than that. Just besides that, doesn't matter. Duke is too clever. He'll come up with stuff like he'll post a rooster and a sucker. And it's like, what? He just put up 2 emojis. I don't understand. He put up a lollipop and a chicken. I don't get it. I don't know. But you know what that means? No, I don't. Explain it to me. Well, I can't say it. I do like dropping in once a stream and just giving a shout out real quick and like actually popping all the emojis up. All except for, I got to give the speech about everybody give a shout out to Sheree, greatest mod on these internets every goddamn time, because, well, She is the greatest goddamn mod on these internets. She puts up fucking watching my show every time, even on Fuck Up Fridays. Friday night fuckery. Oh, I'll be an ableist. You know me, I'm an equal opportunity employer. Doesn't matter how big of a jerk you are, I'll hire you if you're good at your job. I mean, I'm basically disabled, so definitely mentally retarded. Just a little bit. Well, be honest with you, you didn't get the wrench because of DEI. You got the wrench because I fucking trust you. You got the wrench because you're good people. You got the wrench because you tend to do the right thing the right ways. You got the wrench because you're just simply good fucking people. It's the God honest truth, too. Like, I mean, reality is, that's just it. So I want you to think about this one, right? This is where it tells me my judgment in people is not blind at all, ever. It's actually pretty good judgment. Beans was my moderator. I fucking pissed her off and everything else. As a moderator, Beans could have done all kinds of damage. She could have fucked with things. She could have, been destructive, all that kind of stuff, right? Even though she knew she was only temporarily mad at me because I was an asshole. And I apologized to her, right? But she could have done all kinds of damage to the channel. The thing is that she didn't. You know what she did? She said, "Hey, can you take the wrench off me?" I said, "Yes." Immediately gave it to you, right? Why? Because I trust you. I know you're trustworthy and you're good people. But that's just it. Beans could have fucked everything up 6 ways to Sunday with her mod status before giving back the wrench. She didn't. That just tells me I made the right call in making her a mod to begin with, because even when she was pissed and everything else and done, then she didn't turn around and fuck me over. You know what I mean? When she could have. She could have. And she didn't. She's good people, and that's why. But it was funny because I was going to make you a mod anyway, and I was like, well, that just made shit easier. Yeah, well, so are you. And I mean, that's just it. There's some people like Mr. Jokes Around and all that. He's actually really, really good people, though. Like, he's very good people. I'll always say that about him. Same thing with Alien. You know what I mean? Like, you can't say that about everybody. Some people you think are decent people, but it's the internet. People can be whatever they want to be. If you're not the one streaming, if you're just somebody in a chat, you could be like, oh, I'm a sexy Asian chick or something, and you're really like a 600-pound dude who just pulls his junk to manga all day or something. Like you don't fucking know. You don't know who's really on the other side unless you're watching them on camera live, and even then, sometimes that shit can be manipulated. And that's one of those things. I mean, I'm not going to lie. you're not wrong. I don't know if that says something about me too. But it definitely says something about like the audience that watches this stuff. They do. They want to come here, chill, and then, like I said, the popcorn you're eating has been pissed in at 11 or film at 11. I haven't heard that in probably about, I don't know, 20 years. But it's the fact that I get people that are on that wavelength of, yeah, I saw this one crazy movie a long ass time ago. It's one of my favorite movies. And, just out of nowhere, Duke spits that shit out. Right? We found people that are around the same age, don't want to deal with the fucking kids on the internet, don't want to deal with the real old people or the fuddy-duddies either, and just kind of want to chill and enjoy themselves and have a good time. Bullshit. And I just, everything here is chat driven. I could have 10 different topics and do research all day and everything else. Doesn't really matter. The chat doesn't want to talk about those 10 topics or just finds them boring. Then all I do is recite what I saw earlier or say my piece on it. And then we just move on to fucking bullshitting anyway. So might as well just start off and keep with the bullshitting. Because that seems to be the actual point of the channel. The only thing is, I'm not going to lie a little bit. If that blow up, like, I'm going to watch it later, but if that blow up is as bad as, like, Bina was saying, Beans is usually a good barometer on a creator losing their shit online, like being mad. And if she's telling me, yeah, he was mad, like, that's how Bina said it to me, that's not a good sign. That's actually worrying to me. That means that I don't even want to say it, because then I feel like if I say it, I bring it into reality. But I gotta say it. But it might actually be the start of the beginning of the end for ABL's channel, believe it or not. It may be the downfall to him if he's not careful. Because if Bina's seeing it as narcissistic behavior, she'll that's part of it, right? Like, okay, say I'm starting to be, how do I even put this into words? Okay, I got the perfect example. Sheree, the Andrew Tate thing, right? Remember the whole argument with Andrew Tate from me and everything else, and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of feeling a certain kind of way because this, that, and the third, right? You and Devin sitting there going, no, Gam, that's not what he was saying. Go back and listen. He was saying this. He wasn't saying what you thought. He didn't say what you thought he said, right? Yeah, I got to watch that part of it. I definitely got to see this. But you know, you and you and Devin explain that shit to me. I looked at it from your point of view. I said, hey, you know what? I'm fucking wrong here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I looked at it and heard this wrong. I heard it this way. This is what I heard, guys. And both you guys were like, yeah, you heard that, but that's not what was meant. What was meant was this. And it was like, okay, I understand. Maybe I was wrong. You have to do stuff like that when you are. I mean, you don't have to, but you should do things like that because legitimately nobody's perfect. And you have to have the humility to say, I fucked up. I'm looking at this weird. Or maybe it is my point of view is skewed. If it's not a hill to die on, like not over something as simple as that one story. Like if it's just that one story, yes, it's tragic, yes, it sucks or whatever, but there's no reason to get into a huge fight and tell subscribers, hey, fucking unsubscribe from me and shit like that. I mean, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You as a creator, you should be able to reassess it and say like, look, am I looking at it? There's a lot of people saying this. Am I seeing it some kind of way that isn't really the way it's meant to be taken, or the meant, like, am I wrong here? Is really what you got to ask yourself. And if you're saying to yourself like, nope, I'm right, you're wrong, then just agree to disagree and move on. Because all it's going to do is spark bigger outrage, bigger fight, and all that, and it's going to cause resentment. And if you're still not backing down after people are saying, like, yo, then I'm unsubbing, right? Then you're literally at that point where it is kind of a narcissism of, well, that's okay. I'll just replace you with 5 other people. Each one of you that quit, I'll just replace you with 5 others. Well, no, you're not, because people aren't going to want to watch somebody who cuts their loyal viewer, you know? Yes, I agree. The highway baby, he did come back, say that shit was wrong. He was 110% on the chick side, though, at first, wasn't he? Yeah, I mean, the don't start nothing won't be nothing is fine, but like you can feel that way, like, oh well, it's a shame that dude got killed, but you know what? If you shouldn't have started with that man after that man warned him or whatever. But if people are starting to get upset about it, like at that point, you kind of just want to change the subject. Be like, look, it is what it is. Let's move on. Don't sit on it and keep going, because then all you're doing is, yes, you're running up that chat metric, because then people are chatting, but it's, they always say, well, there's no such thing as bad press. Yeah, that's some bullshit. There is such thing as bad press. If you don't believe me, just ask Harvey Weinstein or Epstein. Because, yeah, you can have bad press. Oh, come on, man. Well, yeah, you can't. You did that right before the call. So the last thing on everybody, if he had done that shit at the beginning of the show, by the time you got to the calls, you might have had one about it, but it would have blown over. But any story you cover as the last story before those calls, everybody's going to want to talk about the last story that you had on, because it's fresh in their mind. They didn't watch the first half of the video, whatever. Well, I just tuned in for the calls and I saw you say, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Well, yeah, it's going to bite you right in the butt. Before the show, somebody said, don't go too far into it. Well, I mean, that's, like I said, I didn't even know shit about it. So, what's that say about me? Maybe I'm just a racist and a redneck or something for not knowing about some shit that happened halfway across the country or 3/4 of the way across the country from me. I didn't know jack nor shit until you guys started telling me about it. And I still, don't know the full story. I'd have to look at the police report, the whole 9 yards. But yeah, I hadn't heard anything about kid stabbing another kid at a track meet, none of that. I I told you I don't watch any of his videos. Like, I'm I'm gonna sound like an asshole here, I guess, but legitimately, Black Anomaly Rising does pretty much the same videos as ABL, if not more of them. Does them probably about 6 hours faster. So, like, if something happens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he'll have it on by 3 o'clock, and ABL won't have it on till like 8 o'clock at night or the next day. You know what I mean? So I'm always watching his channel. And I don't know. Yeah, see, like social media and stuff, Facebook is the only one that I even get on, and that's usually just to say hi to my grandmother or wish somebody I know a happy birthday. But I don't go on, like, I have a Twitter account just so I can go and see different people's Twitters, but I don't have a Twitter following, and I don't want one. Like, there's just no point to it. I'm not going to interact. I'm not going to be like, hey guys, guess what? I'm taking a shit right now. So picked up my phone and decided to hop on Twitter and tell you how big the corn or kernels of corn are in it. Like, you know, what? I'm going to post pictures of my food or tell you shit. I got Discord for that. Like, I can just pop on Discord, be like, yo, so I saw this with like Ben Shapiro. I bet you he comes out and says tariffs aren't bad now that Benji Netanyahu's meeting with him, with Trump or whatever. Say something like that and just blow that off real quick. Anybody who wants to look up the flagpole and salute can and just answer real fast. But I can't do TikTok. I can't. I mean, YouTube, I always have some kind of podcast, whatever, going in the background just to listen to a lot of times. But lately, like I said, I've been working with Blender so that I can hollow out models and start working on my own shit, like stuff that I want to design that nobody's done yet. Things like this. Because there's a couple things that I'm shocked nobody's put out a model or haven't put it out for free or whatever that should be out there on the market. And it's like, why the fuck isn't? But I have to learn how to use the program right. I have to learn how to take photos and blow them apart. Like, there's a way you can take a photo from the front, a photo from the side, and a photo from the back, set them up, and then model out of them. And I'm trying to learn how to do all that shit. Well, then I shall find myself an avatar of a small Asian woman. I'm going to call my channel, I'll go on TikTok. I'm going to set up a channel. It's going to be called Oriental Pearl Queen. And, yeah, we'll go from there, see what they do. My name is Sally Wong. You may remember me from episodes of The Family Guy. Oh, shit. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. Just pay attention, Sheree. And don't, for the love of God, there's one thing I never want to hear. And I know you're strong and I know you're smart and all that stuff. But don't let me ever fucking hear that you were abused as a mod. I will lose my fucking shit. Don't tell me you got treated like shit. None of that. Like I said, I definitely will pop off at that point. Because that would be about the only thing that could really make me pop off on that channel or lose respect is, you guys do a hard fucking job. Maybe not here, you don't have that hard a job, but there you do. And it's like, yeah, I know you don't take shit from anyone. Now I'm thinking about that. So at the end of the show, did he said thank everybody? Did he thank everybody that was watching? I couldn't do this show without y'all. Did he say that shit? Because I know if I was a viewer and I was still in there, I'd have been like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about, bud? You just told me to fuck off. You didn't need me. You'll replace me with 5 other people or some shit. Wow. Yeah, I don't fucking know. That's either that shit's just programmed in and you just say that stuff every time, you're disingenuous about what you said earlier, or you're disingenuous about saying that shit at the end of every show. It's one of those. Because if you're telling me I can replace you or I get 5,000 new subs, I don't need you, and then you're thanking me for watching the show and you couldn't do this shit without me, kind of a little contradiction in terms there, isn't it? You know, like, that's one of them trick gotchas, like, you know, excuse me, mister, can you tell me when you stop beating your wife? Like, what? I you know, like, think about it before you answer. Yeah, the correct answer is I never beat my wife. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking piece of shit? That's the correct answer. But, you know. Yeah, I mean, hey, good on those people. At least they're honest with shit, you know? Because when I said something like during that Tate thing, he like addressed it like immediately. He's like, look, man, you got to do you. If you're going to go, you're going to go. You know, I hate to see you go, but blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, you know, I was pissed off. Like, but you're like really like, yeah, you know, I hate to see you go, but you got to do you. And I'm just like, okay. But yeah, this shit sounds a lot different if he was just like, hey, you guys can fuck off because I got 5,000 new subs a day, or, you know. Yeah, well, I know he keeps it. He definitely keeps his eye on the chat, and he looks for certain people too. Like, I've noticed that. Like, that's why when somebody will, you know, like, say like Aliens wants to call in or whatever, and Alien will be like, I'm trying to get through it, and all of a sudden it's like, last call of the night. All right, let's do one more. Oh, what a miracle! It's Alien spaceship sound effects and vlog. You know, he does keep his eye out for certain shit. I'm surprised though, because usually if Bina was getting upset about it and said something, I'm surprised he didn't just like change subjects, or he's usually real pays attention to Bina. Like, uses her as the thermometer, I guess, take temperature of the chat. I wonder what FNA Ranger Xbox's take on it was. I have a squirrel with 3 nuts in his mouth. 2 of them are mine. Oh, really? So a lot of the regular listeners were showing who they were. Damn. And you're saying regulars, like, I mean, I don't even know who the regulars are anymore. Like, that are there every show. I know Duke is. I know, well, of course you have to be. You're the mod or what have you, for the most part. You're the only working mod anyway. Um, Trying to think who else. Well, yeah, Duke. You're a regular. I guess Boom is. Boom would be a regular. Alien. Um, Steve when he's not like stuck in a tent somewhere. Devin. Devin, I'm sure, was just quiet through the whole fucking thing. Like, if anything, like, I'm not gonna lie, Devin's one of my fucking favorite people because she eats her popcorn, puts shit on, watches everything happen, and says nothing. Like, if somebody's getting shitty or whatever, Devin usually doesn't speak up. She just keeps quiet and just like, yeah, that person's an asshole, and this is why. Later on, you're just like, oh, I didn't know all this. Yeah, well, if you watch chat, this is what happened, and she'll just break everything the fuck down to you. Yeah, Devin sees all. Electric Eye. Who the fuck is Electric Eye? Yeah, the one dude, Apu, uh, Puffy Balls, Suck Daddy, or some shit like that. I can't remember what his fucking name is. The one dude who's always sending in like super chats that may or may not be ABL's alter ego that says stuff like, tell me what your favorite food is. Tell me what your favorite drink is. Tell me the quickest way to get in your pants. That guy. Made in Japan. Yeah. Yeah, he's a regular. He's actually a good guy. He's really cool. He's a nice guy. I'd be shocked if he was like, he was probably one of the ones, let's wait for all the facts. That's my guess on that dude. Michael Krishlow. Yeah, see, I could believe it. Made in Japan is that dude. Like, he doesn't want to deal with any of that kind of bullshit. That's the whole thing. When there's drama like that, there's certain people that it's like lighting a fire to moths, and then to other people, it's like, oh, I need to get the fuck out of this. Like now, because this is going to get ugly, and I don't want to be here. I don't want to think less of the person that's streaming either, because then I'll feel like an asshole later for following this person. Like, that's how I was with Tim Pool. When I realized Tim Pool was nothing more than a grift, I was like, oh, I feel like an asshole for ever believing anything this fucker ever said. Yeah, see, you guys all with that Anthony Quaid situation, like, I don't know if I was just new then or what, but I know I didn't have a dog in that fight. Like, I wasn't friendly with him. I didn't even know who the other guy was. As a matter of fact, up until I had gotten into that unofficial Discord that Mister created, I didn't even know what the whole story was behind it. Devin's the one who told me everything. She's like, "Oh, this is what happened," and broke it all down. Because I was like, "Yeah, I remember him being in the chat and ABL like stopping the show basically and addressing, going, yo, I see somebody in the chat, and no, you gotta go." Like, I was just like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but that ain't good. And like, he's apologizing at the, I'm so sorry, and all this stuff. And he's like, no, too late. You got to go. If you're going to be here talking about shit, you got to go. Just like, I was like, well, I don't know what happened there, but not good. Who's the one person you ain't been friendly with? I've seen you friendly with everybody. Like, I've never seen any issue out of you. Ever. Never seen any problems, stuff like that, you know? God damn it. Let me run some just plain water through this thing. Too MAGA. I don't even remember that dude. Or chick or whatever. One I liked and was very disappointed with was the one I won't even mention the name. I'll just say that, just the level of stupidity that ended up coming out of the person shocked me to no end. I was like, oh, you can't really fucking believe that, right? Oh, yeah, it's 100% true. Okay, well, I thought this was supposed to happen. Well, Donald Trump prevented it from happening because he won an election. What? Hold on. I thought you said, never mind. Fuck you. Oh, no, no, no. She was a piece of work where I was just like, half of what you say is true and half of what you say is just bullshit to try and make yourself look like you're, a bigger deal than you actually are. Like, yeah, that person, no. Like, that was always yeah, so the reality is this. You're really like this, and that's cool. That's cool. Some people need that bravado or um need to present themselves as bigger than or what have you. Like I said, I'm just an average. I'm your average asshole. Like I really am. I'm just average Joe Smuckatelli that hangs out, bullshits, and pays attention to things. Tries to make some jokes, have fun. Oh my god, dude! That's fucking great. Now, I can tell you there with that person in particular, the one you're talking about, Sheree, there was definitely a couple people that did not like her very much. Like they, I don't know, and I honestly can't blame them because when you spot somebody and they're fake, like they're just putting on that persona or whatever, trying to be liked. It's like I'll tell you one. Here's one for you. I kept meaning to cover this and always fucking forget. Have you guys ever watched anything with this chick named Lindy Lee? I want to say her name is. Like her last name's Li. She's like an Asian chick she would raise money for the Democrat Party and then switched over and all of a sudden is all MAGA and all this stuff. Right? And she's like it took me a while. I was like, there's something with this girl, and I don't know what the fuck it is that like I don't trust or something wrong. And I finally nailed it out because I'm watching Sean Ryan, and she had done an interview with him. Yeah, I actually do want to know where Bring On Shauna comes from. Um, but yeah, so I figured out with Lindy Lee why I don't trust her and all that. It's because this chick doesn't give a shit about the actual politics of anything or how it affects people. She just wants to be liked. She just wants friends. She wants rich friends because she's rich. She wants the other rich people to like her. That's legit it. So as the Democrats fell out of favor, it wasn't like, oh, I'm all pissed off because the money went somewhere. No, they all lost and they're no longer in vogue. So she wants to be liked by the winners. Like, she wants to be the cool girl. And if you watch the fucking interview with Sean Ryan, all he had to do was stop talking. She kept adding things. And at that point, I was like, that's what somebody does when they want you to find them interesting. Like, they're, like, well, if I don't say something, they're going to get bored of me and all this. So I need to keep talking so they find me more interesting, more interesting, more interesting. And she just, anytime he stopped talking, she got uncomfortably silent for a second and then immediately just starts rifling off. Like, well, I saw Joe Biden fuck a dog once. Like stuff like this. Like, all of a sudden, all these secrets came out. And it's like, what is it about her that I don't trust? Oh, because I know people like this. They weren't popular. Nobody really likes them. But they want to be popular. So if they know stuff nobody else knows, they're popular and everybody's going to want to talk to me and I'm going to be the life of the party and all that. And I can tell all the secrets on the Democrat side to the Republicans. So there we go. Dude, you know what, Duke? Now that you say that, I fucking remember that episode. I think I think I do actually remember that episode. Bring on Shanana! That even if I didn't see that episode, like, for some reason I'm generating a false memory of it. Because it's just like I can picture that shit in my head. Like him with one hand, like old man screaming at the clouds, going, "Bring on Shanana!" But yeah, don't ever trust people that are so desperate to be liked that they'll sell out anybody. Never trust that person. Their information's good, but don't you ever trust them with your information. Because they're eventually going to sell your ass out too. And why? Because they want to be cool or they want to be pop. Yeah, The Simpsons is fucking fantastic. Well, was fantastic. They kind of later years just kind of went to shit, but when it first came on, man, that show was great. Animation's terrible on the original episodes too. And I'm not talking about just like the Tracy Ullman show. I mean, old school original Simpsons. Is that show even still on? Or they finally like end it after all this time? Like, what are they on? Season like 50 or some shit? Season like, actually it'd be 30? Homer is your idol. Dude, one of my favorite episodes of The Simpsons is the one where Homer gets to work at home and gets all fat. And he gets the bird with the liquid in it that he gets to hit the key. Like it just rocks back and forth and like smacks the key every now and again because that's his job, is to hit the button. And so the bird just like rocks forward, hits the button, rocks back, rocks forward, hits the button, and the bird falls over and the plant's like going into nuclear meltdown and he comes running into the house. He's like, "Stupid bird!" my goodness. Wait. One leg did. It's the other leg. Oh, shit. I almost got Squirrel Girl done. And I'm going to call it a night after I finish her ass. Yeah. Hit any key. Where's the any key? So, true story. You know, as a younger man in much younger clothes, I went to school for PC repair and programming and stuff, such. Much younger man. Went to a trade school for it. Well, when I finally graduated, or what have you, and got certified in hardware repair, me and my one buddy, we went into business for ourselves, and then we both had normal jobs, you know, outside that little business that was running. And my buddy calls me up one day, and he's just pissing himself laughing because he worked for Aramark over in Philly. And he's like, yo, you're not going to believe this fucking call I got. And yeah, he goes in, and this secretary, you got to remember, this is at a time when typewriters were the big thing, like word processors and typewriters, right? So now she's getting a full-blown PC. He sets it all up. He's like, do you need me to walk you through anything with this? All this stuff. She goes, no, I'll figure it out. So he's like, yeah, she's going to end up calling me. Well, sure enough, he gets all the way back to the main office, gets a phone call. Hey, can you come back? There's something wrong with that mouse thing, right? So he gets back there. He goes walking in, and he's like, I knew right away what the problem was. And he said he couldn't help it. He started to laugh, trying to choke it back as hard as he could. And he said, ma'am, you use the mouse with your hand, not with your foot. She had it on the ground like it was a foot pad, like under her foot, and was clicking the mouse buttons with her toes with her shoe off. And he was just like, yeah, let me break this all down to you. Just funny shit. Both tells you just how old I am and, like, you know what I mean? Like, just one of those ridiculous stories of no way. And yeah, it really fucking happened. One of the best IT stories, though. Yeah, ma'am, you use your hand, not your foot. It's not a foot pad. I mean, we're going back to, like, what, 90-something? What was it? Windows 98 was out, I think. I'm going to say, so. Had to be at least 98. Maybe 99. I'm trying to remember when I got my certification for hardware. Because high school, I got it for computer science. Then I specifically went into hardware and networking. Like, I went back to school and got degrees in both. Wasn't hard. You just had to put in a certain amount of hours, earn a certain grade, and you were good to go. But I went back for hardware, got certified on that easy, and then went back and did networking. And even though I work with nothing but Windows NT Server 4.1, I ended up doing Novell NetWare 4.1.1, I think it was. 4.1.1. I want to say that was the build of it. Can't even remember now. But yeah, I ended up getting certified and all that shit. That was when an MCSE was like, oh my god, you are a wizard. Now you can get that shit just from logging in on your computer. Like, you get it with bonus points from the Microsoft store. Dude, yeah, the 5 1/4, 3.5, 5 1/4 for floppy disks. I still have 3 1/4. or three and a, is it 3.5, 5.25, 3.5. I still have a bunch of 3.5 floppy disks that have games, different viruses on them, stuff like this. All kinds of fun shit. Hell, I remember when Windows came on like 5 disks. Windows 3 came on like 5 little floppy disks. It's like, ooh. Then it was on CD, then DVD, and now it's like, yeah, you just need to download it from the interwebs. I remember when the only porn you could see on the internet all came through in dot matrix for a printer. Yep. AOL dial up. What PC won't read what? The floppy disks? You lost your fucking mind. What's wrong with you, buddy? Modern day one won't. But the old 486 that I have out in the garage will. It still works. That's correct. A 486 pre-Pentium. Pentium is a 586. Hence the Pentapart 5. My shit's old, dude. Like I've got some really old things when it comes to computer stuff. Because anytime I upgraded, I didn't just like ditch the old one. If it was still intact, I kept it. I've got old hard drives that are like 20 megabyte hard drives. Like a whole 20 megabyte. Holy shit. Yeah, you don't have a 486. That's just it. When I got my shit for hardware repair or whatever, I had to build one of those from scratch. Well, actually, it was a Pentium I had to build from scratch, but like 286, 386, which are all IBM clone. Or nowadays, it would just be called the PC clone, you know? So back then, you still had Apple or what have you, but Apple was pretty shitty. It was pretty terrible. I mean, to be honest with you, I still don't like Apple products. And the main reason why is because, well, it might have changed by now, but it used to be if you bought it, you bought it. Like there wasn't, oh, I can take the memory out and upgrade it, which was great for somebody who didn't know what they were doing with the computer. But if you knew how to change chips in a computer, you just had to line up your speed and make sure you're building in parity and everything. It was fun. Dear Lord, this thing's like, good Lord. Yeah, I had a buddy. He had an Apple IIe, his father. And honestly, the only thing I remember me ever doing and interacting with that computer when I was a kid, right? The only thing I ever remember interacting with was to play a game called Castle Wolfenstein. Not Wolfenstein 3D, Castle Wolfenstein. It was actually a pretty fun game. Yeah, it was Castle Wolfenstein and Wolfenstein 2. All right, Squirrel Girl back into the box with ye. So we got our Squirrel Girl all fucking set to go. We got Batsy set to go. Hey, geez. I even got the first part of Wolvie painted. So that'll be interesting when the rest of his parts are done. Got a lot set in black. Look at all of this nightmare mess. Ugh. Dear Lord. Everything in black. First game I ever played was Pong. It wasn't actually like a Pong. It wasn't Pong. It was the Sears version of Pong that you screwed into the back of the TV onto the RF adapter. And thank you, Sheree. Sheree, you are always just the best. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you this, Sheree. You'll like this. Two-step velvety flock soft velvet crush. Apparently, it's two different paints. You put one on, then you spread on the other stuff, and basically it flocks it. So when I do stuff like grass and what have you, I'll be able to do that. We'll give that a shot. They had a bunch of them on clearance, and the wife, demanded I grab a different one of every color. So got it in white, purple, blue, green, orange, all kinds of shit. Pico Fermi, huh? Yeah, the old Sears fucking hookup. First arcade game I ever played. I'm trying to think what the first game I ever played in the arcade was. I mean, I know which game is the first game that I'll never fucking forget when I saw it. I think Pac-Man might have been. It's either Pac-Man or Donkey Kong. It's one of the two of them was my first, in arcade game that I ever put a quarter in. As a matter of fact, I think it was Pac-Man because they had it in the one bar and I played it after like Little League practice or whatever. But yeah, first game that I remember seeing and going, oh my God, I need to play this game. Like, I'll stand in line for 12 hours if it takes to play this fucking game. It wasn't the cock gazer. It wasn't just the tip either. That came much later in life. I played the just the tip game. It was actually Dragon's Lair. I remember seeing it. It was at Berlin Farmers Market. They had a little arcade in there, and they had the big screen on top. Well, not a big screen, but another TV on top of it so you could watch whoever was playing play. And I remember seeing it and going, what the fuck is that? It looks like a goddamn car. I gotta play this. But yeah, Dragon's Lair. To this day, I still am amazed how they made that shit work. It's a fantastic game. Laser discs and all that shit for the time. Matter of fact, I have a laser disc player, and I have the original version of Star Wars for said laser disc player. So it's got the cleaned up pictures, cleaned up sound, and all that. But Greedo is still the only one, or Han Solo is the only one to shoot during the Greedo scene. Bro, I hear you there. Because, like my wife, it was hysterical. She gave me $1 in quarters. And she's like, let's see how long you last in the arcade or whatever there. And this was, I'm what, like 35 at the time? And she handed me $1 in quarters. I go walking. I look at different pinball machines. I'm like, yep, there we go. Creature from the Black Lagoon. And I start playing it, right? And she figured I'd be done in like 5-10 minutes. An hour and a half later, I'm sitting there racking up. I go, oh, there we go. There's the top score. Oh, I got 3 replays. She's like, yo, we got to go. I'm like, no, hold on. I got replays. Fuck that. Let's go. We used to call it all the time when you were playing like a video game, especially a fighting game like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. We used to call it last quarter syndrome, where you'd be like, this is my last fucking quarter that I have. and you would throw that quarter in the machine. You would pick whatever your favorite character was, Guile, Ken, Ryu, Blanca, whatever. And you would just go ham for the next like hour. Like anybody that stepped up until somebody else stepped up and said, "This is my last quarter." And then they kicked the shit out of you. Who like which pinball machine like I'm gonna tell you now, mine has always been Black Rose. The wife actually was gonna buy one for me for my game room or what have you, and I told her no, it takes up way too much fucking space. Like it just takes up too much space. She was gonna get it. I can't remember which anniversary. I think like our 8th or 9th anniversary was like steel or what have you. Fucking things like $5,500 or something now. It's ridiculous. Dude, they are huge. Yeah, sure, right. You're 100%. They're the not only are pinball machines huge. I had ER Kung Fu. I actually had an actual arcade stand up for ER Kung Fu. A buddy of mine sold to me for $200 and a quarter ounce of weed, and fucking like it took up so much room, and I was like, Jesus. And that was way before I had my house and all that. Like if I had it now, I ended up selling it for 500 or something to some guy who was putting together an arcade. Dear Lord. So this is that point five video, right? I'd have to go back and look at well, I guess that wouldn't count. It would just carry over. But yeah, fucking I'm looking at like 40 views for this shit. For this stream. That's actually like I don't know. That makes me happy. I didn't think that many people would tune in. I can't believe that you guys are still hanging in there. I think people aren't coming here to watch me, turn models black and bullshit and everything else. I think people are coming here to see you, Shirai. I think I need to retire streaming and just let you just take this shit over. I think they just followed you here. I mean, all I did was paint a bunch of stuff black today. I mean, granted, it's cool because everybody gets to see like what's going to be coming up on future streams like Totodile and Punisher or Here's the Thing, you know. But once they're all constructed and together, it'll be real interesting. I'm definitely interested in seeing how this Wolverine turns out. Because there was some pieces like there was a Thor or two that I was gonna print out, and then I realized as I was about to print it, I'm like, that piece looks like it's floating, and because this guy ripped the shit straight from the game files. A couple of the little buttons on his armor and stuff like that weren't attached, so I have to go in and I'm gonna have to learn how to do that with Blender next. Uh, there you go. Here's a leg for you. There's a leg for you, Duke. Turn that shit into a lamp. Here. Let's give Duke a leg. What do you say? Let's see. There you go. There you go, Duke. There's your leg. Shit on a stick, huh? Dear Lord. Oh. Well, peoples, we're at 2:05 a.m. It's late. Very late. It's already Friday. Late. If I waited till 3 a.m., it would be Friday on the West Coast, too. Oh, dear Lord. I got wooden teeth like fucking George Washington. I got one with a nail stuck in it and everything. But yeah, guys, I think we got a lot primed up. Definitely see what direction we're going with everything. We're almost hitting prime season for gift giving too, so that'll be the summertime. I'm guessing that's probably when I'll end up doing Sundays again. So I'm gonna have to do the old catch up thing. GAM catches up. But thank you guys for hanging in there. Thank you for chilling and bullshitting, having fun, making jokes, talking shit, just enjoying life and taking a break for a minute with me. I do appreciate the fuck out of every last one of you. I'll be back on next Thursday, 8 o'clock. You know, hit like, subscribe, share, all that fucking fun shit that's supposed to help me out. And you guys don't ever have to thank me. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being cool. Thank you for, saying shit like, the popcorn you've been eating has been piston. Film at 11. Stuff like this. Shout out to the greatest mods on these internets. Sheree. Okay, glad you have my back. Glad you've been ride or die. You're epic. And, if you guys are so inclined and want to stay up later, I don't know if Alien's streaming or not. If he is, check out Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. Good dude. Always got a decent stream. Even if it's not decent, he's at least fun to listen to. And fun to be in the chat and all that stuff. But that's going to be a wrap for me, guys. I'm going to say goodnight. So just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody.